このパワーを利用する形ですね。ビン自体、うわ、ただ
残り時間が少ない。その中で空気住民票を落とした。アナイレーションが使えない。
アナイアレーションが
そしてフォーカスビーム、そのまま捉えて空気、おお3人
ニャムゲーミングのサイドの取り返し、ここに対しては KSG 狙されて抜いた。さあアルティメットキルに有効につなげていったのはバレル。 KSG のトリプルキルでしょうか。
いやー素晴らしい。さらに止まらないぞ。
止まらない KSG、 壁際に追い詰めて
4キル目。
レイブンも仕留めてみせた。
にされたことでちょっとバレるお料理はされてはいますね。しかも状況的にレバティ側
あれ2個
あれ
See you next
See you next
そのままクラウド。
さあどうでしょうか。あっとしかしここはハルトゥーンエピック、ハルトゥーンのトリプルキル。一気にインソムニア側に傾くかと思ったその刹那、リバティ JP のダメージラインが一気に切り崩した。
アルティメットの状況が、結構いいので、アライ側の攻めに対する受け流しというのは可能だと思いますね。
可能であればこのボブが上がる前に試合決めたいですね、アライズは。
そうですね。
全弾ぶち込めアスター窓展開。
ただこれは、うまく引いて、ポイントのゲージは上げますかね、いくらかは。
少しは進めても問題ないというところ。グラビティフラックス手前で使っていったこのカウンターのラリー、全弾ぶち込め後方支援のアンプリフィケーションマトリックスですが、ハリーワイドと重ねているもの両者2-2トレード3対3。
いやこのハリーがフリーだとどうしようもないですよ。
ハリーがフリー、
いやただ無理やりハリーがフリーだけど、それを上回るスピードで溶かしていきましたね。
ハリーのフリーは無視してここはパンディア守りきっています。
続してそれ続くっていうの珍しいですね。隠れてからのデッドアイ、
出たとことこ歩きの T99 デッドアイダブルキル。
まるでパルスボムを狙うトレーサーかのように。
そうですね、もうねおもむろに前歩き、ホラー以外の何者でもない。サウンドバリアを抜いてはいるんですが、アライズの勢いが凄まじい。さあシックスブローとしては守りきらなければいけないウェーブ。ここはちょっとアライズ、いやしかしシックスブローも頑張っているぞ。
触れた
なんとかオーバータイム、まだまだわからないか。しかしここはハリーダメ押しのダブルキル。さあ人数状況、振りはシックスブロー、これはいかんともしがたいか。
ハリー
ここはハリーがキルを重ねて、なんとファーストマップ取り切っていったのはアライズプロジェクト。
シックスブロー前当たりしてますね。
さあしかもですね、今回ナノクロック早めに使わないとレイジがたまる。
そうですよ。ただビリアこれナノクロック前段階で使っていた、その前段階での1キル生まれています。ズックスを落としきり、そして阻害瓶大量に入った。再びジンの阻害瓶によってエリア5時焼くぞ。レイジ発動
していく。いやしかもここは2キルは確定。
カートは誰かが触れていますね。カートは2人で触れているんですが、プライマルレイジを持っているプレッシャーが上側を陣取っています。
これね帰りたいところなんですが、そうですね帰れてますね。いやこれは冷静ですね。この2キルのおかげで前線が足りてません。
前線足りていないのでアレキサンダーここでラリーを展開、ハーミに使っていきます。ここは防御のラリーですが、阻害瓶だ策めギリギリ持ちこたえているが、持ちこたえて限界です。いやなんかねパルスボム策めに返していった。ここはナノブリで対応しています。ただこの策めが抜かれてしまうとカートは大丈夫か。
いやカートはこれシグマで
シグマ入りましたね。ただグラビティフラックスを打つほどの余裕はないか。プレッシャー無理やり使っていったグラビティフラックス。カウンターの浸透滅却叩きつけも守っています。
さあこれでエピックの位置をずらすことはできている。
さらにはドゥックスプール側での戦闘勝ち切った。正面でも T99 がヘスティを抑えました。押し切りには十分肩切り、そしてコノハですね。失礼コノハ
遊撃剣おまけ。
ウィドウのワンパンショットはコノハで返せばまたワンパン。
最後は相手のラッシュに対してうまくサウンドブレードいなすことに成功しましたね。
これほど激しいファーストの奪い合いは
これブープとの合わせだったんですね。
押し込んでいきましたね。
いやー素晴らしいブープ。このブープっていうのも本日すごい刺さってますよね。
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome everyone back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. It is Monday, which means we are back. Myself, G-Clev, and Wolf here. And we're going to have some fun with a lot of mangas. I believe that's going to be coming out very soon from Japan too.
We do have a big format change that was just announced. Starting from Last Chance and Playoffs, we're going to have a new map pool, but that's not yet. So look forward to that. We'll see if that changes up some of the diversity of maps. We're going to have a different map pool. We're going to have different order of map type. And the loser will be able to still be starting on Control. But just want to let you guys know that you can see the information. It's on the OWCS Asia Twitter page. So follow that social media for more updates on format and stuff like that. And just more information about this tournament in general. One thing we didn't change format-wise that I would like to propose is to change the name, because the name is pretty catchy, right? Overwatch Champions Series Japan. I think it's a little bit off for what this tournament is, though. I think we should change it to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. I think that's a little bit more appropriate, don't you,
That's what you're trying to build up to. I'm like, what are you trying to
Overwatch
say?
Champions Series Japan.
Well, you never know. We only had a day after the patch last Wednesday with Japan. And then weekend full of Korea. Now we're having NA, EMEA over the weekend. And let's see what Japan is up to after, I guess, 5 days of break. Because we've seen a little bit, but that was before the other regions started playing with the newest patch, the mid-season 9 patch, aka Cowboy Bebop patch, which likely Japan watched the other region and they might have thought, okay, that might actually fit us better compared to what we played last night.
Yeah. So, if you guys haven't been following, this is the schedule for the year. We will, of course, have a major between Stage 1 and Stage 2. Most of you guys probably know this already. You can check out, there's a great website for the NA and EMEA. For the Asia part, just check out Wikipedia. It's got all the information there that you'll need. And we'll get a website eventually for you guys as well here. We're in Japan today. As you mentioned, it's Monday. And here are our teams. Namekuji brothers taking a little time off last week. They were pretty front-loaded in terms of their schedule, but they're back tonight.
They are indeed back, and we are going to be talking about the standings and also the matchup for today. But before we go into that, map pool, as you have mentioned, we do have a different veto system starting from, I guess, after the regular season.
Right.
That will be when we're starting, when loser actually will get to pick starting from map number 2. It's going to be somewhat more familiar, I guess, if you have been watching years in the past. So this will be the final weekend with the veto system that is currently in.
Yeah.
So and from my understanding, the map pool actually stays the same. It's just the order and how we go about it, starting from map number 2.
Yeah. So the map pool will be fixed, as you say, and the. For example, you could, after losing control, start on Flashpoint for your second map. So you could actually pick that one up, or you could then go to Escort. You could do anything. You could also go to Hybrid like normal. So that is going to be not changing today, but I just want to get everyone's minds thinking towards how this is going to change. Because I know a lot of people have been a little bit bored with the map pool.
Yeah. Can you play Control twice?
No. You cannot also play any map type that you have already played. So you could, for example, lose Control, pick Hybrid. Or let's say, do it in a weird way, pick Flashpoint, but you couldn't pick Flashpoint if you lose Flashpoint again. You have to pick one of the other map types that haven't been played.
Makes sense.
Here's our standings, G-Clef. We do have quite a few of these teams playing. Obviously today we're going to have 6below versus Insomnia, which is a matchup I've been waiting for a really long time. I think Insomnia absolutely could upset. Insomnia is just 2 losses below them at the moment. And you can see in terms of map score, obviously 6below, the stronger team, but I think we could definitely see an upset. Hayabusa will be taking on Namekuji brothers, and Nyam will face off against Arise Project. So Nyam haven't been picking up too many wins so far this season. In fact, just the single map. See if it starts today.
Yes, and 6below, looking at the chart, they do need to at least grab a win, because a lot of these teams in top 3, they only have 2 more matches, which means Insomnia they basically need +6, 2 wins in match. Even if 6 Below loses the 2 matches, they still have to catch up in the map differential. It's going to be about the top 4 and the top 8, which matters the most. And the 9th place, of course, will not make it into the next stage.
Check out the player of the match rank. This is really cool because now you can see who has the most POTMs, as we call it here in Asia. Pressure has been leading pretty much all season long. He's been our most dominant tank player. And it's interesting to see if you look at some of the other teams that are in here towards the top, like, you know, Hadi has 2, Zessen has 3. They're not even on our top teams, but these players are so consistently the main character for their rosters. Daisy also picking up 2 there, Undersea only having the 1. So pretty cool to see.
Yes, and Veryl, you can see the votes are kind of split apart for Veryl. And this is today's matchup. We've talked about it a little bit, but very important matches for a lot of these teams. Veryl not playing today, which I just mentioned, but Nyam-Gaming Arise Project will be the starter. Insomnia, 6 Below, 2nd place versus 3rd place. And Hayabusa versus Namekuji, I believe, 7th versus 8th. So very close matchups coming soon.
Yeah, what we're going to learn tonight is if the power of Maga can even change Nozzle's viewpoints, maybe he will play Maga. That's how we'll really know if it's doomed, G-Clef, because everything else is like, well, there's still
I don't
hope.
think
but
so.
If he plays Mauga, it's doomed, man.
I actually don't think that I've been really waiting for that moment because Hog, remember, if you look into the patch note, Hog was also buffed.
Yeah, very slightly.
Oh, the distance, I think it's actually somewhat...
It's relevant.
Somewhat relevant to especially the Hog players out there. And Nozzle. And we'll talk about him later, as here we have Nyam-Gaming, here Aoki, Axion, Cinery, Masquerade, Raven. So we've had some of these teams playing last week, but some of these teams did not.
Yeah.
And a lot of these teams who relied heavily on Tracers actually suffered a lot during Korea last weekend. So it'll be interesting if that story continues the same for Japan, or we might have a different one. Because of course we're playing, we're having different players on a different.
So today it will be XTN starting instead of Dan1. We'll see if Dan1 comes in later. And then we of course have Hadi and Y on the DPS lineup. LT Nest and Astar will be the support lineup here for Arise Project. Massive favorites going into this first series against Nyam-Gaming. Remember, Nyam-Gaming have only won a single map this season, so have been our least successful team thus far. And it is the DPS lineup I'm most worried about for them going into this one. Let's check out where we're going. Lijiang Tower has been the favorite. We're going there again. Midtown, okay, also common. Esperanza is where we're going for push. Saravasa for the flashpoint, and then potentially Circuit Royale. So standard start, you know, nothing out of the ordinary. And then once we get to Saravasa and Circuit Royale, we'll see if things change.
Regular maps as Lijiang is just the classic. Don't really see any other teams really even going for Nepal these days. And no Ilios whatsoever. Lijiang Tower just straight seems like the most common and balanced map for a lot of these teams. Just said, okay, here's the truth. Let's just draw the line and everyone just pick Lijiang because it's going to be the most comfortable map for a lot of these teams, and it seems like we're going towards that once again.
Yeah, not a ton of environmental kill options on this map. Obviously, we have seen them before quite a bit, but it's a little bit tougher to pull off than on Ilios, for example. Nepal has that as a huge factor on the map. Also, the choke points on Nepal can be very frustrating, whereas in Lijiang Tower, you only really get that on the control center.
Well, map 1. That is Lijiang Tower. It's ready. Nyam-Gaming versus Arise Project, map number 1.
Alrighty, here we go.
All right.
See a little Sombra, see a little Mauga.
That's right. Maugas it's going to be staple for today. And what I'm more wondering about is the DPS line. Are we going to see Sombras, Reapers, or Sojourns? Or are we just going back to the Comfort Tracer picks?
It looks like it's going to be the Sombra Reaper for Arise, and Nyam is going to opt into putting Aoki back on his trademark Sojourn. Obviously, this can just get bowled over if you do not end up hitting the shots on the Sojourn. Aoki has struggled a little bit with this pick, but it has been his best this season, and he's just going to outrange this Reaper right now and try to make sure that his teammates keep them at bay. As you can see the push around here through this doorway, and Reaper just getting gunned down.
Yeah, that's why. Just have to be careful here. Aoki near the bridge already takes one down, as I couldn't really step away from that scene. Oh, there's the boop.
So environmental kill still a thing.
Does about the same amount of job with just the boop. Nice boop there. As though Rise Project, because of that, they will get the first capture. I wonder how long that's going to continue.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold on to this. Lieutenant Nest with that huge play, saving them here. Now Reaper back on the point.
And Malga versus Malga can be focused down. Incinerary is the first to fall here as outrun. Somewhat hard to control, but if you can manage the charge distance and the stun just at the right target, it's actually a really good skill.
So critically now, G-Clef, they end up killing Nyam before they can counter with the EMP. Axion builds it, but they're going to have their own and bridge control here. It's very difficult for the Sojourn to actually get line of sight unless she pushes through this bridge. So Hadi has full control right now. He can just translocate into the back line here, and then they can push in with the speed boost. Super easy, just like this.
There's the EMP, and it's all 5, but he's the first to fall as Aoki strikes back with an overclock. Sound barrier from Lieutenant to respond. And the Death Blossom, not a bad one as it takes down Scenery, but Axion here to strike back. So 1-2 each, and Nyam is trying to get the control back for themselves. And another pretty good boom
from Lieutenant Nest.
If you keep on playing position on the bridge for the last 15 seconds, perfect play for the Lucio to just pop in and boom.
I mean, this is so funny how they actually end up losing the perfect fight setup, and yet once again, LT Nest just saves it for them. That's now 3 environmental kills he's picked up on this map that have led to a defense of the point. No back cap here for Nyam to reset, no EMP, and they can just lock him in the cage. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep, and no one can escape. And that's going to be Vatan going very low.
Another one onto Wyatt, it looks like here. But he gets away.
And Lieutenant did get caught in the middle, so Nyam-Gaming having a tough time trying to go across this bridge. It seems like they drew a line right there. No one coming in. There's overtime. The respawns are going to be longer. And Rise Project should be getting the first point, and there it is. Objective secured. And it might not be the only one.
It's like Wyatt was able to teleport to safety there and not lose his life. Close call though, very tough to pull that one off. And yeah, LT Nest currently leading player of the match at the moment, if they do end up winning this, as he just had so many incredible moments like this one here. And obviously the engages were a little bit weak, I have to say, from Arise when they had control. The Sombra into Death Blossom didn't actually get them a guaranteed team fight win. They also ended up really getting kind of owned by Aoki. When Aoki had control and line of sight, which he only did very briefly, he was crushing the Reaper at distance, did get that headshot onto Hadi, so Aoki could be the main character here for Nyam-Gaming if they're going to bring this back.
Aoki and Axion, another great duo of DPS. Nyam-Gaming, except for those boops, I think they were actually winning those skirmishes, the neutral fights in the middle. So do not let your hopes down for Nyam-Gaming as they're here to contest. Aoki going very low. Hadi will be able to find that kill with the hack. And Axion strikes back with their own hack.
It's a trade of DPSs here, as we will see Dan1 winning out on this fight.
Look! Malga just bursting through 4 members and still stays alive for 4 seconds.
It's Overwatch Champions Series Japan. That's right.
Look! Malga doesn't fall!
Look, I gotta say, G-Clef, we have obviously the thing about Asia is that we have 3 different regions in Overwatch as well. It's proof now that Japan is playing. Is Dan1? Okay, he's Malga, he's fine. I was worried for a second, G-Clef, I don't know why I was. It's because there was another Malga shooting at him, that's why.
He eventually goes down. Yes, he was the only one getting pin focused on the wall. As Nyam-Gaming will come back to the point and get this flip soon enough. And here's Raven trying to do the same, but oh!
Nest is just getting him, man. Lieutenant Nest every single time. Now,
trying to do the same? No way.
This time, it's not going to be enough to actually save the cap here. It is just going to end up being his delayed death, but it ends up getting some additional ult charge here. Now, Hadi does have the EMP faster than Axion, but getting into position to use it is not going to be easy, and they don't have the Death Blossom for it just yet. I like the split here from Nyam as well. Not all standing on one place, so he doesn't have a great angle.
Now they're coming in for the EMP on the control point. Here's revealed, and should be a 4-man, and instantly Aoki pops that And double DPS ult has been really a thing, and Aoki just strikes with it overclock. 3 easy targets around it. And with the flip, a team kill, 45%. I think Nyam-Gaming takes the control back again, but Arise Project, they have been keeping those ultimates.
Yeah, they didn't waste anything there. The sound barrier would have been quite helpful, obviously, to re-engage after the EMP from Axion came out, but they wanted to look for a better fight here. Perhaps Nest actually getting caught by it. Did not actually see, but that would be my guess. As Hadi is going to come over here now. This needs to be a big EMP here. Nyama's already getting close to 75% of this cap, and Axion's already halfway to another EMP.
And okay, there's a sound barrier from Nest, and stun comes through right after EMP to follow, but not really catching any members of Nyam-Gaming, just one. As lots of damage has been done already on the point, so Nyam-Gaming just retreating. They're going back onto the wrong side of the map. That is not towards your respawn.
Yeah, Axion off the map. They just want to reset here because they, the cap has come through, and Nyam did not want to waste any time. They want to regroup as fast as possible and try to push for their own EMP fight. Since sound barriers were traded, there is no answering one here for Axion. Haven't seen, Japan's greatest EMPs so far in this series just yet, but they are still very impactful, obviously, and see what Axion can get done. He's going to need a little bit more time as they already pushed the Wraith Walk out.
The walk is gone, and just the Death Blossom was already used in the previous fight. There's Hari catching Raven. Both sound barriers are ways off, but the cage is available from Dan 1.
They push Axion away, and Nyam don't actually get the EMP fight they were looking for. Now we're tied up in terms of percentage here, and the Reaper controls the choke point. We're going to see a big flank from Axion. You can see him there on the left side of your screen. There it is.
Pretty good hack, 4 men. EMP from out. Ooh, Axion helping a lot, but Cage trying to sustain, and Arise Project, they're doing a fine job at it.
Malga watch! G-Clap!
You know what? Wolf, you sold me on. EMP right up the gates.
Yeah, that is that.
No one can touch the point, and that will be the second going for Arise Project AP, and they will grab the control first.
They were
map.
Malgaing, and then they got a little bit harder Malga'd. I thought the EMP was pretty good. The setup was nice. But they all walked right into that cage fight. The damage was really good, obviously coming through from Dan 1. The focus fire was better, target selection was better, and the capitalization on that EMP just wasn't coordinated enough there for Nyam-Gaming. So, Arise Project, a 2-0 start here. In what I would say is mostly dominant fashion. It wasn't the most one-sided games we've ever seen, but it never felt like they really lost control. LT Nest, that we like to call Lieutenant Nest, he is popping off on Lucio. Now, obviously, when we move into hybrid, probably not going to be getting as much environmental kill viability, especially since we're moving on to Midtown. So basically none. But hey, I thought he had a pretty good first map.
Yes, whenever Nyam-Gaming had a couple of those, not easy, but exciting kills from DPS, then that just came, okay, if you're staying on the bridge for this long, just come and boop. At least 2 kills. There was a moment for a triple potential, but Sombra just teleported away with that translocator. And that's Lieutenant Nest, and so far my MVP for Control. Certainly has my votes, and maybe he can get more, but we're going to Midtown. Let's see how many kills that he can actually pick up. But as expected, AP bringing control, but Nyam-Gaming certainly showing better signs of life, especially from the DPS line with the new patch. They had a couple of days. Just from one map, I think Nyam-Gaming actually looks stronger compared to before.
Yeah, I mean, the improvement is definitely there, and this seems like a much easier meta for them to pilot. And when metas are based on ult economy rather than just your DPS lineup, as a lot of the meta for Japan has been so far, it's way easier to just tell your DPS line, okay, stick together when they're trying to push on this. Otherwise, your Sombra, shoot the Malga, you build ult, press Q with us together, we rush in. I mean, it's a very simple composition, which is why I know a lot of people are not a big fan of it at this moment in time, and we've been making jokes about it. But if you are an uncoordinated team like Nyam, then the meta becomes easier to play. Could be a huge boon, and I think so far, even though they went 0-2, they looked better, as you say, than a lot of their maps we've seen from them this
I know,
season.
these Reapers getting Death Blossom after a minute, just Malga giving them so much speed for the ult charges. It's actually unbearable how quickly you can get that Death Blossom. I thought Death Blossom takes a long time compared to the other ults, but that's Malga. Big hit scan right there, and as long as you can just hit one, You can get that ult charge, and it seemed like if we're
I
on the
think-
camera for this long of a time,
Yeah.
we do have the sub.
I also think this might be backwards because I believe Dan One was the Malga player
Yes.
in that first game. It said that he was starting on our earlier graphic, but he wasn't. And now that that's come up, I imagine that it is actually him subbing out, which is weird. That might mean Malga will not be played on Midtown.
Oh,
And
Midtown,
that makes me
so-
happy.
Might have some more Sigma potential. That is certainly there. And maybe if you go, yeah,
There we go.
there's a fix. Yes. And one out, and XD in.
XD in 006.
XD, is it XD
It's actually
noob?
006.
Is it XD noob?
XD noob could be. We don't know.
It makes sense, right? It's not like no 6. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you
There's
read
no,
Japanese?
there's no hints.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't actually say anything related to his name
Okay.
in hiragana, so don't really know. It's Yuki.
Oh, Yuki?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I don't really know. Like,
That has
I
nothing
don't
to do with
really know.
XDN
I don't-
06.
I'm not gonna call him Yuki. He's gonna be XDN.
And I don't like calling noobs, so XD it is.
I mean, he sometimes has his name stylized with a capital N, sometimes he doesn't. So we were calling him XDN. We'll figure it out. All right, we're going to Midtown for the next map. Some of these IDs are just really different than what we're used to, guys. We're going to Midtown, so I mean, I could see some Sigma. I could see
Yes.
Diva, maybe. But you know what I could also see? Malga Symmetra.
Malga smash him, yes. Certainly yes. But going back to Korea last night or the night before, some Midtowns, a lot more Kings Row, obviously, but some Midtowns, and of course you talked about the tank, but DPS, we've seen some more Genji, maybe some Echo in there, and plus Ashe, actually, who I thought from the DPS nerf, I thought Ashe was going to be a lot less seen after post-patch, but Ashe does seem to be coming back okay.
We did see a little bit of Ashe, I think, still quite strong even with the nerf to the DPS passive, but I think on Midtown here, Malga Symmetra has kind of proven to be the safest composition. I'm hoping against it, but again, if you're Nyam, just be Malga and left-click towards them. I mean, that makes your synergy so easy, and if you can make the right calls in the team fights and you can actually get the same target selection, everyone's on the same page, you either burst the Malga or get the DPS, that could be the way.
It is second map here, Nyam-Gaming versus Arise Project. Arise Project leading the series currently. Let's go into Midtown and find out if they can keep that up.
I see him. That's Malga right there. I've identified two Malgas.
I see the mustache and the beard. Yeah. Oh, we did have a Pharaoh, I believe, from Runaway
Yeah.
a couple days ago.
I don't
Just
want
for a
to talk
brief
too
moment.
much about that, Farah. I do remember it, but I try not to. But it was cool.
Was it a 0-3, I believe?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
not. It was, yeah. All right, Sombra, Malga versus
Oh, XD
Reaper
still playing
Malga.
Malga. Okay.
Yeah, they're Malgaing. That's okay. No Symmetras though, so that's a plus in my book. But the Reaper obviously is going to have to get onto the point for this push to work here, and Hadi is going to try to set up some cross, a ton of damage onto the enemy Malga here to charge that overclock as well. And if he can find Axion and snipe him, that is just straight up the win for them, as they're already on the point.
And
XD
XD
is
hacked.
hacked. Yeah.
But Scenery was first to fall, as this Reaper certainly in close distance can provide so much more. Here's why, just pushing, and Nyam rotating all the way back. They're looking for the retreat, but the chase is there. And a few more kills come through, and this should be the point.
So Sombra comps, I mean, you could build EMP so quickly. He's 80%, right? And he didn't even have a great team fight. So realistically, if you just given a little bit more space, he gets it every time. But now have to buy that time, and they weren't able to successfully do so, as it was Hadi who got on the point first, and then they just rushed in on top of him, and then Axion, with no EMP, no team fight win. Great time bank here for Arise.
Yeah. One push was all they needed, and 520 plus. Axion looking for that EMP angle. There's a rush, and the 4-man EMP. On Nyam-Gaming, can they really dominate? Because the damage has been done from Arise Project first, even when that EMP was out. And 4-man EMP, but still Arise Project loses none.
You could see Aoki's position there. He didn't have great line of sight to follow up on the EMP. So even if the, all of the heroes are hacked, it doesn't matter if you can't do the damage. Axion dies quickly there, and then Aoki can't follow up, and then he's just rushed on top of, and the cart just keeps rolling. Arise in such fantastic control of this game.
Going back into the room as Rise Project, they do have the high ground control. Here's Overclock. As Y keeps on pushing along with Harry. Everyone back into the next spawn. Nyam-Gaming falls back just for the time to make sure that Overclock is
angle
gone.
is great. Look at this.
There
drop.
we go. He comes down. Oh, doesn't press the button yet. The walk after the cage, but the beat comes through for Raven. But the damage was a little too much.
The funny thing about this, that play from Y, is I feel like he actually could have just pressed it instantly.
And get more out of it, even without the cage.
But they wanted to make sure the cage locked him in place. It locked a few of them there. Look, it was big enough. It was good enough. His angle was fantastic. He dropped down from high ground there. But Nyam just didn't see it coming at all. And that's the big issue here is another EMP is being built, but it's only halfway there. Sound barrier, of course, reset. So see if Axion can build this quickly enough. His nest is down.
Quick pick, Nyam-Gaming, this might be the opportunity to finally stop the payload. It's been on the highway so far. Scenery going back to his teammate. Not really pushing the front line, and I thought they had some more time to do so. Cage is available. Here's the push from a star. Arise Project. And the cage comes down from Scenery. Finally, trying to have this counter with the Mauga.
Can they actually clean up? The answer is yes. Actually, will end up picking up 2 more there. I thought actually for a second they were going to get run down anyways, but ultimately killing XDN was enough there, and Harry will fall. So finally the cart is halted, but they still have 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes to finish this map, and obviously this next EMP should be able to control this choke on the approach. They're playing super far back for it though, because they're running this Sojourn with the Sombra. It doesn't have a lot of synergy, obviously, because the Sombra has to get up in your face, but then they can just retreat back out of line of sight.
And here's the Kiriko Rush. That's great, starting things off. Scenery getting focused down was quite dangerous. Harry looking for targets. Everyone hiding back. Finds Kiriko easy. And won't be the stop to this as Harry goes for more. As XD just runs for it with the overrun. That's a third.
Okay,
can you get the Penta?
Escape, but no Pentas here, no 5Ks, no team kills, but he is just keeping them in spawn. The cart's rolling in, and that's it. G-Clef.
Oh, the cart's already in?
Yeah, I mean, he was, the reason why we were watching Y there was because the game was over, man. He was just sitting in the spawn door like, I got this. You guys aren't walking out of here. I have Death Blossom. I don't even need it. That was one of the most one-sided hybrid attacks that I have seen since I began casting Overwatch. And the difference between these teams right now in the standings is just 3. It's 6th place versus 9th. But a 2-4 team versus a now 0-6 and minus at this current moment in time, looking likely to be 19 minus 18 team is just so large. And I really think the problem here for Nyam is that they're trying to run Sojourn Sombra, which can work, but you have to really know how you're going to push your line of sight when you do drop that EMP. There's a lot of time we're seeing Axion EMP, and then Aoki's like, well, I can't hit anybody. I'm around the corner, or he drops EMP, but they don't hit the Reaper. He pushes forward. They lose control anyways. Whereas the comp here from Arise gets so much value out of Kitsune Rush. You Kitsune Rush, Reaper gets on top of them, sets up the angle for Hardy from behind. You obviously have the Malcolm pushing forward as well. This comp really makes sense, whereas Nyam's is really, you know, I mean, on paper it could work, but the execution needs to be better.
Yeah, especially when they when they're getting pushed so far. To understand as a tank, you are the front line. Sometimes you do have to fall back, but you do have the overrun. I thought there was some more opportunity for Scenery to have the further delay. That's going to be 340 left for Arise Project. And first, Nyam-Gaming, they do have to have all the push all the way and switch from Hanzo. I was kind of excited for a second. But Hanzo just non-existent in this meta.
I thought he was just showing off that Spike skin, but he actually wants to play the Cassidy here a little bit safer, and works a little better with Sombra because you can be up with her. But still tough to pull off. You can just get blown up.
Yeah, also you can kind of catch that Reaper. And here's XD getting focused down, and on the stairs, there he goes. Yes, Nyam-Gaming starting off with a tick. Dead on the other side, going straight into the point. Now, Rise Project, they do have 4. No further death yet. So they will likely contest this point.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to wrap around here. A star.
Second tick. And XD comes in, they're hacked away, but immediately Aoki falls.
Wait, no wait. Y just gets up onto the high ground and kills them both? Is it a triple? It's like he might barely get out, but that's just the defense. How did Y just walk, or like teleport, I guess you could say. He teleports on top of the high ground and just kills Aoki and Masquerade. That shouldn't happen like that, but he did do it. They did not see him coming, man. Y is just invisible to them right now. He's just finding all these sick angles, and now once again they get line of sight. This time they have overclock. Naxian didn't even build an EMP. He's gonna get burst down before he gets it.
There's a Kitsune rush. The Matrix doesn't even matter. They're melted like ice cream. The moment the Matrix was popped, that it almost feels like a waste.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not going to be what they were looking for there, hoping that they were going to chip away through that window to actually get maybe some burst onto XDN, who still holds his cage fight, so he can fight them before they get to the point here. They're going to have their own sound barrier. Axion has a thin window of time where you can actually get this EMP off before Nest's sound barrier is ready, but I don't know if he knows that. He is on a flank here, and he's going to reveal his position. Instantly gets popped. Oh, that's why you don't. That's why you don't show.
Very. With the overclock, and here's the dive once again. Everyone runs for it. And look how quick this team fight is. Nyam-Gaming, of course, they're holding all the ultimates possible for this final tick. But just the output is just outrageous from a Rise
Look
Project.
at this position for Y again. They don't know where he is. He's hiding up here on top of this theater. Down he drops.
There it is, the double.
So clean. Takes out the immortality field instantly, and XDM will finish off Masquerade. Y just cleans up the fight.
And one more goes back to...
How many fights?
He's found now.
G-Clef am I going to watch? Axion hold this EMP. They have 4 ultimates. They used the window. It, like you said, didn't get any value. Felt like a waste, but beyond that, they have 4 ultimates. They should be able to get onto the point and at least contest one fight here. I want to see Axion's first-person view. I want to see the angle he's trying to get, because he has to be the one to set this up. And he's just sticking with his team right now, but where's that EMP?
There's the Deadeye forcing them out, or into the train at least. Star peeked, took some damage, but not much.
Back cap needs to be dealt with.
Oh, they're trying to fight with the cage and contested right before the third tick, and the cage comes down from the opponent too. Y does go down, and a pretty good EMP to respond, so there's no... Yeah, the barrier it's not really come down from Nesh.
Okay, I have to give credit to Nyam, because I was a little bit critical of Axion not using his EMP, but how they used this fight, I think Arise should have been able to actually deny this a little bit better, but they just rushed onto the point itself, and then, as you said, used the cage fight to try to block them from entering the point and split them in half, and that's when the EMP went down. It was actually a really cool way to force them into EMP by using the cage fight and controlling the point. So it took them a while to figure out what they wanted to do, but they did successfully grab it. Now, obviously, time bank much worse here for them, and they have a long way to go. So, step 1 complete. Let's see what the rest of this game is going to look like for them.
Yeah, step 1, and they still do have 2 ultimates. In the meantime, Cassie was able to grab another Deadeye. They're really well planned out. Force them into 1 point, cage, zone them out from the control, and then here's the dive once again from Rise Project. Overclock, Cassidy gone, no Deadeye for you. And just practice range.
Yeah, practice range. Oh,
From
G-Club got him good. Just a practice range, man.
Staying on top, moving targets, no contest whatsoever.
Yeah, he set the bots to retreat, and then he took them down. Yeah, I mean, when you have that much control and you have an overclock, it's really tough for Nyam to actually fight into this, and it's an ult-based composition, right? So Aoki gets staggered here. That's really frustrating. Axion trying to build some EMP. Looks like he's probably going to be punished. Okay, he's going to get out. That's pretty huge. If he died there, that's another staggered death. And he needs an EMP as Y is ready for his own ultimate here. Once again on high ground, they know where he is, but can they stop him?
Not when the cardiac's up. And this might be the chance. Don't even need, as you see the kills coming through the kill feed. As Y will try. He's always trying to find the spot. Oh,
Axion is backdooring the card a little bit here, but this is much more effective when you're actually threatening checkpoints. He wasn't able to get close enough to it, and he didn't build any EMP charge on that last fight. But with Kitsune Rush, your regular left clicks as Reaper are basically Death Blossom level speed. It's kind of insane, and Y gets to hold on to that ultimate here, and we only have one more fight. I mean, and that's it. Nyam need to win this, and they didn't build EMP.
Yeah, let's see where that Reaper is. Okay, Payload is actually pushing Sombra, is able to get on it. And here's the cage from XD. Few members trapped and on top, but there's the barrier from Raven, at least keeping them alive for now. But won't be so long as Sombra comes back from the cart. Now we're talking 20 seconds. Well, might not be enough to come back from the respawn as all the members fall. Switch into Doomfist just for the touch.
Yeah.
Less than 12 seconds now.
They need that Doomfist to touch, and honestly, I still don't think it's going to be enough. Here comes the rush to also get them closer. They have EMP, but the cart
is being guarded with extra boop potential from Nest and the sound barrier just for the fashion. And that would be a Rise Project 2-0.
What a great Lucio right there. Keeping a watch on the cart. He's like, my team's got this team fight. He's over there vibing. He's listening to music.
He's the only one actually playing the right payload Overwatch.
He tracked Axion's EMP. It was ready. He sound barrier the cart just in case. Actually, don't do that though, Lieutenant Ness. If you sound barrier the cart early, it might get EMP'd and the cart might lose its shields. I like the idea though. No, this is a very one-sided map of Overwatch. However, we saw some good things from Nyam. I liked their eventual cap of A. That push was really coordinated. They knew what they wanted to do. They forced a really good EMP fight. Otherwise, though, it felt like they were just waiting for opportunities that were never to come. They had to force them themselves. And Axion so far, Arise so far looks like the much better team.
For sure, but Nyam-Gaming was able to show what they have practiced on the first point, at least. And that's showing signs of promise and what they... but the thing is, it's taking way too long for them to actually grab that many ults, and it did work, so that's a check mark for them. But they ended up losing the map anyhow. So before we go into map number 3, we will take a short break. Let's see how Nyam-Gaming is able to come back after the break.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back, everyone. We're playing Overwatch at the moment, and that's why we see Reapers and a lot of other DPS heroes. But so far, of course, Nyam-Gaming is not able to go over the mountain of AP.
Not quite. I think the coordination is obviously a little bit better on the side of Arise Project. And we've known that Nyam-Gaming is probably our weakest team for a while now, but, you know, this meta does make it easier for them to coordinate, but wasn't necessarily proof of that on Midtown. I think that, like, for most of this tournament, it's been Axiom and Aoki kind of just getting outclassed by the enemy DPS line of every other team they've played against so far. Like, just to give context, and this is not just me piling on this team, I just want to let you guys know, like, what this team has done. 0-3 Ravati, 0-3 Namekuji Brothers, 1 game off Hayabusa, 1-3, 6 Blow 0-3, Insomnia 0-3, Barrel 0-3. So the DPS lineup of all of those teams, pretty insane. Maybe Namekuji Brothers like the weakest of all of those in terms of DPS lineup, but still pretty good. But today it's just coordination they're getting owned by, not just like they're getting out-sniped, they're getting outplayed by Trace, they're getting outplayed by Echo, we saw a lot. So, you know, that's hard to improve, right? Going into Game 3, you can't just be like, well, just be a better team. It's Game 3. Like, I'm sure they talk to each other like, we should just be a better team. It's hard to improve that right now, but as this season goes on, it's not over yet for them. They have one more match against Pandia after this, and of course some time going into Stage 2 later on this year. Maybe they, if they stay together, can bring it back. But for the rest of this series, I think we might just be seeing a 3-0.
Yeah, unless they come out with a specific comp for push, I think the story will just follow. As this almost seems like we're having like a second place or third place team going against the last, and it's quite surprising that Arise Project is actually the 6th. And this much of a gap between the teams, it's showing up in Japan. But this is another reason why Japan, of course, the top 3 does have a lot of experience from contenders last year and some like global events and so on. But the other 6, they really do not have a lot of those stage experiences offline, online. So it'll take some time to gel and for them to actually gain these experiences against each other. And the reason why we're having this round robin is for all these players to actually catch the action and grow in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity for these Nyam-Gaming players. You're never going to get the opportunity to play against, you know, amazing 5-stack actual pro teams like Nyam has had. And the growth has got to be exponential for them already. Imagine how much more they'll learn for the rest of this series. Esperanza might be our last map.
We'll see as the Rise Project looking like they're about to close the series with a 3-0. Let's see what Nyam-Gaming can do in this Esperanza push.
That's a nice mural. I think it looks pretty good. I like the colors on it. Matches the glass behind.
If you look around the maps in detail, there's so many points. There are interesting points around the map. It's quite amazing how much detail they put into each map.
You do love to see it. Love the cars as well floating over there. As here we go. It is going to be the same compositions for both teams. Axion sticking with the Sombra. Let's see what he can get done on this first push. This is obviously the first fight, and then the second fight is obviously really important, but building an EMP in the first fight, let's see if Axion can do it, because without that, the second fight is almost impossible.
course, as Bronza, there's some really good high position points for Exion and also Harry. Why getting focused down a little bit, going low. 10 on the star, doing a fine job healing him back up. Nyam-Gaming falling back. A few steps, not too far. As Y trying to build this up, only 26% now. Oh, he gets sniped by Harry from far distance, and Exion just got heal packed, but might be trapped inside that room. Here's Cardiac. Will be able to sustain a little bit, but not too much, as focus fired by 4 members of Arise Project. And it won't be the only kill, as here's the chase.
Y is just crushing him right now. Axion did not build his EMP.
And that's a second death for Aoki already.
Yeah, he dies kind of instantly there. Now, Axion is still alive, but is not willing to actually risk anything to try to build up charge. Look at the position of XDN here as well. He's going to back away and make sure there's no way he could be used as a battery until the full push comes through. See why he doesn't have taken a hit there, but it's not enough to kill him. He heals up. Now the rush is out.
With the Kiriko, and keeps on pushing the line as this robot already touching the first. Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the double support plus the EMP. Potentially more on top of that. Here's a kill from Exion. The Lieutenant going down, and no sound barrier.
Axion needs to be willing to just use this EMP right now. Okay.
There it is. Only catching Weaver, but still good enough, as the other two are super low.
When I said he needs to be willing to use it, I was going to say if the fight ends up going sour because they can't afford to lose this. I did not really mean to use it after the fight was definitely over there. We didn't see the full bird's eye view of how that fight was going, but obviously he should have known that his team was cleaning up house there. But either way, they do guarantee the push, and
yeah, with just one ultimate.
Yeah, and he needs to get back out there now and continue to build. Knowing that Astar does not have the rush is going to give them a lot of comfort here, because that is the best way for Arise Project next to speed boost here and amp it up from Lieutenant. That's what they're going to get on top of this high ground and then on top of Nyam. They can track Y, rush out for them.
Here's Kisuna rush, and Terry responds with the overclock and the Death Blossom potential. Cage right in the middle for both. Sound barrier was there from Raven, and actually caught all 5, but output from AP once again. Doing some amazing work, and the entire team wipe.
Yep, well, Y, I mean, you can trade Cage. Obviously, that can be very good, especially if you have something to pair with your own Cage. If Scenery had an EMP to follow up, or his own Death Blossom there, you'd feel pretty good about that Cage trade, especially because they were the ones to dictate the pace with the Kitsune Rush. That's going to increase your attack speed. Everyone can pile in there. But doing it, trading Cage with XTN when there's a Death Blossom, obviously not going to be as efficient. And Arise just crushed the fight.
And this keeps on happening as Nyam just takes a whole lot more damage. And when this robot is now pushing towards the corner, Arise Project healing back up. Here's a Kisuna rush from a star. And the overrun doing tons of damage.
Yeah, and one of the terms we haven't used that much this season, and in Overwatch 2 we don't use that much, eco push isn't really happening. Okay, Rush is out here for Masquerade. Axion should be able to build EMP in this fight and use it. Good retreat here from Arise.
Like some time. Cage should be back by the next fight for XD. The next Exion can have a better use of the EMP. 3 men, the front line. Damage is there. At least this time from Aoki and Exion. Scenery doing what's being on top, and a lot of that trapped inside the room.
Very clean fight here for Nyam. Finally getting everything in line. The stomp after the overrun there from Scenery sets the EMP up, and they burst down those targets as they try to escape through the choke point. Aoki will have overclock on the high ground as well, as they should be able to get past this first checkpoint. So this is really huge for Nyam. This win in this fight really resets the game. Axion needs to farm that charge ASAP. We're watching Aoki because he might overclock, but I want to know where Axion is. Okay, sitting pretty far back, as that's really annoying there from Aoki, burning the whole team down.
Terry overclock. Sliced to the side, looking for this flank. There's a sound barrier from Raven. Great timing, keeping his teammate alive. But Scenery goes down right after Cage. So members will be trapped, but for how long? There was that sound barrier from Lieutenant Ness, keeping everyone alive. A better timing as they were. This pure dominance coming down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Axion isn't able to build his EMP, and Nyam forced the Arise into a really tough spot. But why? Guess what? He's flanking. We were watching Aoki because we were hoping maybe that he would pop off with his overclock there, given the space he had, but he wasn't putting enough damage off to stop the front line of Arise. Now Scenery is focused down here, headshot by a star. And the card is just rolling towards the end. Aoki is going to come over here and look for line of sight, but they realistically only have one more fight. If they lose this, it might just be the end of the map, end of the series. And they've got an EMP.
Yeah, it buys some time from Masquerade's heads out there. But 109 meters. Axion. Yes, a star hacked on from the back line. Translocator is in. Potentially looking for that EMP, but he's going to be the only one. There's a rush from Masquerade. A lot of low members from AP, but no one's actually falling down.
No EMP. Hottie falls. They're trying to save their ults.
Here's the cage from XT, but the EMP response from Axion. Really great timing immediately after the cage drops. And we'll be able to save the team this time. And that's one better EMP coming out from this player.
Yeah, finally Axion gets a good EMP, and it waits a really long time. I was starting to get concerned that maybe they were going to get overrun there, and then Y would end up getting his ult back up, but he actually just wanted to save it so they could use it into a team fight win. His hacks were actually pretty impactful in that fight as well, but knowing this time to use it to turn the fight, that's the kind of EMP I was talking about last time around when he used it, and I was like, that's not what I meant. This is what I meant. Good job on this one, Axion.
Yeah, clean EMP there by Axion. We having easy time building up the extra EMP again. Now Death Blossom coming from Y reveal soon. Lucio hacked, but no further damage onto Lieutenant Nesh as this chase keeps on happening. He out isolated on his own, and that overrun might be fat finger there as he was the only one charging into the opponent. 1v4, and the chase keeps happening.
Yeah, and Sound Barrier is their only reprieve. They could try to buy enough time here for the cage to come out. I gotta track Y, man. This guy is always on a flank. You never know where he's gonna come show up and ruin their day. One more fight and it's over.
For a moment, they thought about hacking away. There's a Kitsune rush, but Malga falls. No tank for Nyam-Gaming.
With Hari down, they don't want to commit to this push.
But
Obviously,
the fight is here, but the robot was being contested for a second. I guess that was Aoki.
How did Aoki? Yeah, Aoki died to XT in there.
I think he was the only one contesting. I saw that one contest.
Yeah, could have just waited for a regroup there. Now they're outnumbered for just a moment here, but it buys enough time for the EMP.
There's the overrun and the cage from Scenery. Sound barrier from Tenonaz to keep everyone with the extra barrier. Y with the Death Blossom. Ooh, Aoki though strikes from the side. Overclock, better timing.
Oh, outplayed! Hottie outplays him. Lives with 15 health. Giga Chad moment. EMP here.
Big win for, huge win for Rise Project for the moment, but Nyam-Gaming, because of the respawn, they end up winning the fight.
I mean, they win the fight. They have obviously spawn advantage here, and they get to keep the EMP. So a miracle run is possible, but they will never be able to lose a single fight basically for the rest of this push. They have so much distance they need to go, and so little time. Only 70 seconds here, nearly 75 on the clock.
Maybe one fight is all they need to win about 3-4 in a row to have this 100-meter push. There's an EMP. XT dead, so Nyam-Gaming. They do have the potential, but look how fast the Reaper is shooting.
The attack
at
speed
the target
from Kitsune Rush is actually just so absurd for Reaper.
Insane.
It's crazy how fast he can fire. And now 50 seconds remaining. It's a full wipe, a team kill to come through. And now Death Blossom is all Arise Project need to close this one out. Can either just win one fight and time runs out, or they can finish the map. They have the choice. Choose your own adventure, choose your own ending.
Yeah, but Nyam-Gaming even worse. Kitsune Rush was also spent on that fight. When we were saying they need to really use all their ults and utilities carefully if they want to win fights over and over again.
Yeah, just didn't have a lot of options. And
now 15 seconds, Rise Project. They do have a lot closer to a lot more ultimates. Scenery on top. Gotta be careful of that. His positioning has been somewhat lacking through this push. Here's the rush. The dive in, and the Death Blossom into 3-4. And here he finishes off the final member, Mauga.
And they'll get the finish here. They don't even need to finish the map. They were trying. They almost got both wins where they both finished the map and have the better thing at the end. They're like, wait, give us overtime, give us overtime. No, the overtime was for the other team. AP, a Rise Project, a very dominant 3-0 here in this series. Never for a moment was it in question. I feel like, unfortunately for Nyam, like, they basically won about 5 team fights over the course of 3 maps. And we're just never able to have decisive control with EMP. And, I mean, I think it's a pretty easy Y player of the match for me, G-Clef. He controlled the game with the Reaper. The Kitsune rushes from Estar were really fantastic as well. I think he could deserve a shout. Hadi had some good moments, obviously, when he was on high ground. Some decent overclocks, did have that really sick outplay onto Aoki. But at the end of the day, it was Reaper. That was the main character, not the Sombra in this series.
With the Kirika rush. But some weird moments from Aoki actually on push. It almost seems like he kind of gave up staying with the team, as he was supposed to be in the back with the support. That's usually, or the high ground next to the support. That's usually where the Sojourner is supposed to be during the team fight, but goes alone for the flank. If you're like super top tier player, maybe you can go for those snipes and escape with the power slide, but not in this case, and did not really help the team match too much. We do have the player of the match ready. Let's find out who that is going to be. Very likely, of course, the Reaper player.
Yeah, let's see what the Japanese commentators had. They actually thought it was Hadi. Yeah,
Hadi.
I actually think this is a decent pick as well. Part of this game, he shut down the Sombra. Like, so many of these moments, especially on Midtown, he just sniped Axion before he could do anything. Another moment there. Every time Axion tried to compete with him, he was like, no, you can't flank me. You can't actually find EMP angles. And weirdly enough, you know, because the matchup, the mirror was the Sojourn versus Sojourn with Aoki versus Hari, but it felt like it was a matchup between Hadi and Axion because he just killed him so many times. Obviously, it was a big reason why they were able to win the tank war against Scenery as well. And I have no problems with Hadi picking this one up. It was a Y vote for both of us, but I do think that this is extremely warranted.
Yeah, certainly, another reason why Aoki was somewhat mentally damaged into map 3 is because of this Soldier.
Yeah.
Hadi just doing massive damage, and this is the updated player of the match. Now Hadi getting that a third. Will be tying up in the 2nd place.
Yeah, just one away from catching pressure, so being the team MVP. You can see for a Rise Project, this is actually their 3rd win. He's gotten all 3 of them, so 100% POTM for Hadi so far. Yeah, his name on the like pronunciation sheet in Hiragana is Hari. That's why we call him that, even though it's H-R-Y, just to let you guys know in the chat. This match, G-Clef, not this. There's nothing over here. This match over here, right? Yes. That one. Yes, that's the one that's going to be a banger. That's the big one for today.
Big, because 6 Below, there were some shaky moments, and we'll talk more about them as we'll take a short break. But when we come back, that match coming up next.
このパワーを
はい、
利用する形ですね。瓶自体、うわ、ただ
残り時間が少ない。その中で空気住民票を落としたアナイレーションが使えない。
アナイアレーションが
そ
希望
して
だったのに
フォーカスビーム、そのまま捉えて空気おお3人
ナスニャムゲーミングの最後の取り返し、ここに対しては KSG 狙されて抜いた。さあアルティメットをキルに有効につなげていったのはバレル。 KSG のトリプルキルでしょうか。
いやー素晴らしい。さらに
さらに
止まらないぞ。
止まらない KSG、壁際に追い詰めて
4キル目。
レイベンの仕留めてみせた。
クイーンされたことでちょっとバレるお料理はされてはいますね。しかも状況的にレバティ側
あれ2個
あれ
See you next
See you next
そのままクラウド。
さあどうでしょうか。あっとしかしここはハルトゥーンエピック、ハルトゥーンのトリプルキル。一気にインソムニア側に傾くかと思ったその刹那、リバティ JP のダメージラインが一気に切り崩した。
アルティメットの状況が、結構いいので、アライズラの攻めに対する受け流しというのは可能だと思いますね。
可能であればこのボブが上がる前に試合決めたいですね、アライズは。
そうですね。
前段ぶち込めアスター窓展開。
ただこれは、うまく
はい
引いて、ポイントのゲージは上げますかね、いくらかは。
少しは進めても問題ないというところ、
はい、
グラビティフラックス手前で使っていったこのカウンターのラリー、前段ぶち込め後方支援のアンプリフィケーションマトリックスですが、ハリー、ワイドと重ねているもの両者2-2トレード3対3。
いや、このハリーがフリーだとどうしようもないですよ。
ハリーがフリー、
ハリーがフリー、いや、ただ
お
無理やりハリーがフリーだけど、それを上回るスピードで溶かしていきましたね。
ハリーのフリーは無視してここはファンディア守りきっています。
続してそれな続くっていうの珍しいですね。隠れてからの出た。
あー、出たとことこ歩きの T99 デッドアイダブルキル。
まるでパルスボムを狙うトレーサーかのように。
そうですね、もうね、おもむろに前歩き、ホラー以外の何者でもない。サウンドバリアを抜いてはいるんですが、アライズの勢いが凄まじい。さあシックスブローとしては守りきらなければいけないウェーブ。ここはちょっとアライズ、いやしかしシックスブローも頑張っているぞ。
触れた。
なんとかオーバータイム、まだまだわからないか。しかしここはハリーダメ押しのダブルキル。さあ人数状況、振りはシックスブロー、これはいかんともしがたいか。
ハリー、
ここはハリーがキルを重ねて、なんとファーストマップ取り切っていったのはアライズプロジェクト。
シックスブロー前当たりしてますね。
さあしかもですね、
はい
今回ナノクロック早めに使わないとレイジがたまる。
そうですよ。ただビリアここでナノクロック前段階で使っていた、その前段階での1キル生まれています。ズックスを落としきり、そして阻害瓶大量に入った。再び陣の阻害瓶によってエリア5時焼くぞ。レイジ発動
していく。いや、しかもここは2キルは確定。
カートは誰かが触れていますね。カートは2人で触れているんですが、ライバルレイジを持っているプレッシャーが上側を陣取っています。
これね、帰りたいところなんですが、
はい
そうですね、帰れてますね。いや、これは冷静ですね。この2キルのおかげで点線が足りてません。
前線足りていないのでアレクサンダーここでラリーを展開、早めに使っていきます。ここは防御のラリーですが、阻害瓶だ拓明ギリギリ持ちこたえているが、持ちこたえて限界です。
いや
なんかね、パルスボム作目に返していった。ここはナノブリで対応しています。ただこの作目が抜かれてしまうとカートは大丈夫か。
いや、カートはこれシグマで
シグマ入りましたね、
はい、
ただグラビティフラックスを打つほどの余裕はないか。プレッシャー無理やり使っていったグラビティフラックス、カウンターの浸透滅脚叩きつけも守っています。
さあこれでエピックの位置をずらすことはできている。
さらにはドゥックスプール側での戦闘勝ち切った。正面でも T99 がヘスティを抑えました。押し切りには十分肩切り、そして
コノハ
コノハですね、失礼、コノハ
流撃剣、流撃剣おまけ。
リドーのワンパンショットはコノハで返せばまたワンパン。
最後は相手のラッシュに対してうまくサウンドブレードいなすことに成功しましたね。
これほど激しいファーストの奪い合いは
これブープとの合わせだったんですね。はい、
押し込んでいきましたね。
いやー素晴らしいブープ。このブープっていうのも本日すごい刺さってますよね。
Welcome everyone back to Overwatch Champions Series Japan. Oh, Overwatch Champions Series Japan.
Thank you.
I had to correct myself there. Excuse me. As we're back with the second series of the night, Insomnia versus 6below, and first time seeing Insomnia after the patch. So we'll see what they're up to. 6below, even though they did have a match, but it was against the 8th place, so they didn't really feel like they were they're trying to show everything out there. So this should be one of the better match for sure in the last weekend.
6below also kind of have been known to, when they think their opponents are not as good as them, just do weird stuff and win anyways. I don't think this is going to be the case since Insomnia is actually super good. I think they will be pushed to the brink, and this is the series today where I think we might have an upset. I think Insomnia absolutely can get it done. They love playing comps like this too. Undersea and Daisy are insane. I'd love to see Daisy play Sombra. I think he would be very good at it. He's a player who's both deadly, but also has a really good mind for spacing and where everybody stands. Is we did have Nyam versus Arise earlier. If you missed it, you might be tuning in going out now being like, wait, we're already in the second match? Yes, it was very fast.
Indeed. And that's why we are in the second match already. Of course, we're kind of about 20 minutes early on schedule, but this should be a good one, so make sure to buckle up as we do have Insomnia first after the post-patch. Starting with Leonoptrix.
Yeah,
here.
so
Undersea, Daisy, Karu, Blink.
Leonoptrix is a player who's very good at up close and personal heroes. Like he's best at Junker Queen. I'd say his second best is his Reinhardt actually. So I'm curious because he doesn't really like Orisa all too much. He doesn't like Wrecking Ball all too much. I'm curious if he actually is just doing the hold left click, and in Mauga's case, right click as well. If that's going to be a good pick for him. Yeah.
And
Just
also,
smash your mouse.
Yeah, also Gotham did play a lot more Sigma Ram, so they don't really have a big staple Orisa player in the roster. So
Exactly.
we'll see who actually plays. Does seem like Leo will be starting, so it has to be Mauga.
Yeah, you would think so. And then on the other side here, it'd be TQQ and Dukes, and Roromia is actually starting on the bench today. It'll probably come in later because they do usually sub him in. Pressure will be starting over Max, so that does answer at least that question for us for now. Sakume and Kiru will be in over Mina. This is the standard lineup here for 6below. But yeah, the tank matchup's going to be interesting because I just don't feel like... The one thing I've been saying is, you know, Insomnia might upset. They're a really strong team. 6below is definitely not unfallible. But I think that it's not a great meta for Leonoptrix. So let's see if I'm wrong. I would love to be proven wrong. Pressure does have his favorite hero locked as Mauga. He has all season. I don't know if that's a meme or if he actually is a really good Mauga player because we just haven't seen it yet.
We'll kind of see what happens because 6below, there were moments where they were shaken up, and even through map losses, I'm talking when they were losing 2 maps up of Rabadi, they lost the map against AP in the previous week, they still didn't really sub in Raremy, which is kind of weird to me as they do have a bigger hero pool, a player pool to actually sub in and out from. Okay, for the map video, we're starting things off with Samoa, perfect map for Mauga to come and dominate. Leading into Midtown, Esperanza, Hayabusa, and Dorado. Wow, Dorado pick.
And we might actually get to see it because it might go to 5. So I would love to see that.
Did we ever have a Dorado?
Yeah, we've had it picked but not actually played. And it was picked in Korea a few times too and not actually played. So I don't know about Pacific, but I don't think it's ever been played in Japan. Either way, it's not Lijiang Tower. So that is... thumbs up in my mind as we will move into this one first. Samoa, the home of Mauga. Not necessarily his best map. I do want to mention before we jump into this map that last time, I think it was 2 weeks ago, we saw Mauga play by the Leonoptrix. He played it with like a Bastion comp. It was a super strange composition they put together with Batiste. Maybe they try to run that on Control here because they ran that on Flashpoint last time around. But I don't think so. I think it's just going to be straight up Mauga Sombra from them.
Yeah, there were some tanking moments that was pre-patch, but also some hectic moments. Instead of Doomfist, there was a couple teams using Mauga just for the touch at the last second over time. But indeed, Samoa, let's see which map we start off to, Beach, Town, or Volcano. I believe the game is ready to go between the two teams. Insomnia versus 6below, map number 1.
Mauga time.
Volcano time.
That's not a Malga for pressure. He's going to play Malga. He's got 8 seconds to become Malga.
We'll see. Pressure might have a less time getting that player of the match if he plays that Malga.
Wait. They're not playing... Okay, so they're playing Echo Sojourn, so you do definitely want to play the Orisa with this. As...
Undersea with Viper.
Okay, Orisa has a lot of armor, obviously, so she can get onto the point, kind of hunker down on it there with the Kiriko, and then allow line of sight to come in for TQQ, and then Duke's obviously is going to finish off those kills, but it's hard to compete in the first fight. Let's see how this goes. Good mitigation.
Here's Undersea on the control, unlocking in a second. Just walking away. Was wondering who was going to be playing Reaper from Insomnia. It is Undersea. And both teams are testing here as 6 below they do. Here's the overrun. And isolate a good amount. 6 below still holding strong. And backline trying to come to help the front line DPS and also pressure, but was caught in the middle. That's also Leo going down though. Insomnia losing the tank might be hurting them more. In comparison, there's 1-1 exchange.
Pressure under a lot of pressure right now, but he's keeping that armor back up.
Immediate duplicate from Dukes.
Yeah.
And an extra Sojourn, when you don't have TQQ, have your own. Daisy down, so it could be the reliever. Insomnia does have the first cap, and they will be able to catch this one as the respawns come from 6 below. They're willing to contest.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. This is really greedy.
And an immediate coalescence from Karu as soon as it was reached. Also, Blink's sound barrier ready to go for Insomnia. At 6 below, they will just have later timing of coming back into this control point now because of that weird respawn timing.
Are they just going to drop barrier in this fight? I don't know about this.
Leo diving all the way in alone.
There
They've been isolated. And Kiru with the sound barrier. Everyone from Insomnia backing off. And that's exactly what the Terran Surge will be used. Some damage, but Blink's got the team covered with his own sound barrier.
I mean, G-Club, this is probably game. Like they actually are around at least because they committed everything into this really long, broken up, extended fight, and obviously pressure. He's the best tank player in our tournament in Japan. I really think so. And he was given a lot of resources, but it's not enough. And now they're just split, and Undersea has his Death Blossom. So getting back to the point here is nigh impossible. They're gonna have another Coalescence. Ult economy here just in tatters for 6 below after just hard committing to this long extended fight where they could never regroup. Just relying on pressure alone is not going to be enough.
Yeah, you know what, Wolf? So far, just 2 team fights, right? Long extended team fights, but Insomnia looks clean today. 6 below, trying to react against this TQQ with the overclock. Finding no good targets, 91% coalescence finished. Undersea after the wall, still very low, but just able to go around the wall. And here is Leo, and looked for that overrun angle. There's a stun and the kill.
G-Clef, the upset is complete.
Okay, Dukes with duplicate.
Okay, he is going to have to...
How long are you going to be lasting here? Okay, Kiru trying to do the spy action. These are Lucio.
He's going to have to do a lot of work if they want to win this one.
That's a clean 1-0.
Clean 1-0, and they put everything onto pressure, 6 below did, to try to get in that corner as Orisa and just out-damage, basically, the Malga and try to maintain armor. If you put all the healing onto the Orisa, she maintains armor. She can actually beat a Malga straight up, especially obviously once he ends up using out all of his extra additional burn damage. Undersea was on the flank. Leo's flank setup as well. When Undersea came into flank and Leo actually stopped TQQ from getting line of sight by going for the overrun, it was just beautiful play. They knew exactly what 6 below were trying to do, and they shut it down every time. But then 6 below just felt so committed. They already used so many ultimates. They had the sunk cost fallacy. They're like, we better commit more because we already used a lot. And that all-in cost them this first round, as it looks like we will see Daisy. Okay, just going to do it for Teleporter. I was concerned. They are swapping, though, over to the Sombra. This is what I wanted to see. I actually wanted to see Daisy on the Sombra, but it's Undersea.
Back on Sombra.
Yeah.
Yeah, comfortable hero. We have been watching Contenders last year. Certainly will be a good one. And this time, so because of that swap, Daisy on Reaper. There's a bit of a rotation from Insomnia off to the side as this point will unlock in 3 seconds. Some initial damage from TQQ. And look how fast how Karu is able to build that ult charge. 53 already.
Yeah, pressure here. Also matching a very fast ult build for him. And they do have first control of the point, but they're losing it.
And first to be pinned down from Insomnia. No Kiriko means that they will have to back off. Pressure still willing to contest, but that's exactly when Malga will come and dominate, and they are fully backing off, but not enough room for them to survive. Chase is there.
Don't really see our Korean teams and our European teams play Orisa like this, and it's really interesting to see how 6Blow make pressure. They're almost playing it like he's a DPS, but he's just super hard to kill. Look how much ult charge he got. He got 80, but they're not able to win the fight. If he gets his Terra Surge there, they win it every time, but getting back to the point now, into the Sombra, into the EMP that's going to be ready very shortly here is so tough. You can see Dukes is just trying to spot it out. Where is Undersea? They want to get that additional information.
Good damage for the Stickies. That's exactly what 6Blow was looking for. Coalescence pop from Karu. Thought that he had enough to keep Leonoptrix alive, but with just 4 numbers. Insomnia, they eventually have to back off, so that's one extra tool that they had to use for this game. And Reaper willing to contest. I don't know about that. They didn't have the Death Blossom, and 5 ults ready to go for 6Blow.
Looks like it might have been a miscommunication issue there from Daisy, because if the sound barrier comes down, he gets his ult off, they can EMP with it and then trade barriers, but he wasn't there. You know, like you said, he's about 15% away, so that is going to be the flip going over. Undersea's been tracked really well by TQQ and Dukes. Let's see if he can find the angle. He does.
Good AP, but sound barrier.
Sick barrier.
Alive. Nice timing for Kiru, but plenty of damage to go through from Daisy. But the Death Blossom finds one. TQQ's gone.
Daisy has a Wraith Walk, but he should be fine, and I think that's going to be the flip. Taking some extra time with it. As hold on, blinks down.
Dukes, Kiru doing some extra work. No Lucio Sombra from Insomnia. As the overclock pops from TQQ has been quite silent on the first map. We'll be registering a few more kills with the overclock. There's the second.
Yeah, just got enough space now, and that is actually going to be the win there in the end. TQQ carrying that fight with Dukes on the backline. Killing Blink was massive because that was a lot of the healing they needed to keep Leonoptrix alive, and they weren't able to do it. Undersea had a great barrier follow-up there to the EMP, so EMP goes down. Sound barrier was fantastic from Kira, perfectly timed, but then the Death Blossom comes out. They still managed to stay alive long enough, though, because TQQ was uncontested there. Coalescence is ready for this push. Let's see how efficient it can be, because this might be the last push of the round if they fail.
Yeah, Dukes is Echo doing a lot of work. Here's Coalescence from Karu with the pushing power. And 6Blow actually disengaging at the right timing. Dukes getting focused, but he's still in the air. Eventually will get picked off by Leo. And here's the overall. A lot of members on high ground, but the Orisa is isolated because of that reason. No tank means they will just eventually have to fall. Yeah, and there will be the flip on 6Blow. Got to 99% at least.
Because they couldn't get Pressure's Terra Surge, they just didn't have enough to stick to the point, and great play from Daisy. And Karu's Coalescence allows them to start it all off with the speed boost coming from Blink with the Amp It Up. And now Daisy, of course, has line of sight control. TQQ here has to operate around this car. Very difficult for him to get into the right spot here. They might have to commit the sound barrier to get this Terra Surge online on the point. And they do have that sound barrier advantage for a little bit longer.
Insomnia realizing that Dukes can be the problem. Targeting onto them, Echo in the air. KK drops, 5 ults ready to go. TQQ drops for the overclock. And that's 2 for 1 trade though. 6Blow still having the upper hand. Insomnia Rush. It's going to help a lot. Dukes in the air with the beam. Is able to grab a few more kills. Undersea with the Death Blossom on his own. And the barrier comes through from Blink, but I don't really know about this pair up. Well, they already lost the team fight.
Yeah, I think that is, I mean, they're basically out of tools. Okay, hold on. Coalescence buying some time here with Overclock. Let's see if Daisy can carry again.
They need to, but it's 99% overtime. 6Blow, TQQ responding. Sakume with the headshot onto Blink will help so much.
Leonoptrix coming back here. Great spear. TQQ out of LOS. This is such a tight fight. It's so close.
And the members coming back from the spawn. No further kills happening now. Pressure. Also with double Sojourn with the duplicate. Here's Dukes on high ground. Focusing on to Leonoptrix for now, but is able to take that.
The fight is never going to end.
TQQ drops Daisy with the shot first. 5v4 here as we're still looking for the flop for Insomnia. And Pressure is able to take some damage, but still sustain.
Rush out for Sakume in a second here. He's got it.
It eventually picked off. Right after the considering rushes there, Dukes needs to pull off a miracle. The Undersea is back with the Tracer, one of his favorite hero, ready with the Pulse Bomb. But with that many members lost, Don't know if 6 can actually
Unbelievable.
come back and contest.
I cannot believe Insomnia won that fight. That is the longest Overwatch fight I have ever seen in my career. I have never seen a fight that long, but I cannot believe they actually won it in the end. Coalescence now to help contest as pressure has to come in on Doom, and he's super low now.
Here's the contest with the slam, but very low in HP. Has to be massively healed from the back line. 99 to 99. The winner takes all from
Sound
the
barrier.
stage.
Sound barrier's out.
And immediately backing off. There's a Terra Surge on point from Leo, doing some damage. And the barrier's off. Blink still 14% away from the sound barrier. 6 below. Some damage, members. But still keeping it handy. But backs off. Overtime, this one goes fast, and that will be Insomnia. The tick goes so fast after that many seconds of overtime.
That will be the 4th map that 6 have lost this season. They've been such a dominant team. They dropped maps to Ravati. That one went to 5. Arise Project took 1 off of them, but otherwise they've been pretty strongly our 2nd best team in OWCS Japan. But they were pushed to the brink by some really good hero swaps coming through. A great extension of the fight. The difference between what a Kiriko does for the Reaper and what a Moira does for the Reaper are really different. Because obviously the Moira can give you the ability to heal up and just kind of have this omnipresent Reaper that's just doing damage with his lifesteal. He's getting in there, difficult to kill, builds ult charge very fast. What Kiriko does for you is it gives you timing pushes with Rush. But the Orisa, or when they swapped to the Orisa and they had the Coalescence healing plus just Moira's normal left click, the yellow orbs coming through, they ended up winning the tank war, and then when the Doomfist has to come back in for the contest, Doomfist is never going to stand up to that level of healing in a broken up fight like that. Daisy popped off, and Daisy brought them to another fight because he was able to get so much done in that one moment. What an incredible back and forth series, or I guess map, back and forth round there. It's a 2-0, it doesn't feel like it, but that was some of the longest team fights, some of the most sustained I have ever seen, and both tank players play incredibly well. Pressure pushed to the brink, and he loses the first map.
Yes, and we're talking about that Moira synergy along with the Reaper. That's another reason why they were able to sustain for such a long time. We thought the fight was over after losing 2, but Insomnia did not think the same, and they thought, okay, this might be doable. We still have a tank, we still have a Reaper, we still have a Moira, which means that we can actually sustain and draw this out, as it was also a final fight territory for them because 6 already hit 99%. And with that, they had the confidence, and last minute strategy, maybe it wasn't practiced fully, but still they managed to pull it off against 6 second place team from Japan, and that's pretty impressive. Wasn't as clean as the very first round.
Yeah, I think
the first round was super clean. There was nothing to say about that at all.
6 I think really messed up the first round really badly, and their second round was much better. But their first round they just overcommitted, right? And that ended up being really rough for them. But yeah, I agree. Like the first round was easy. The second round I had to really fight for. Because we are going to Midtown now. This is actually Insomnia's map pick, so they won the first map. Now they have pick advantage going into Midtown. And I do think we are just going to see, once again, the Mauga coming out. And we'll see if they end up running the Echo here, because you still can actually put a lot of pressure on pressure to actually deal with the Echo. We'll see if that's going to be the game plan here once again. Hard to say, G-Club, but I'm already here for this series. This one is not only Mauga Watch, okay?
Yeah, I love it.
A little bit of different stuff.
A lot more Orisa. And I've been keeping my eyes on Duke's Echo. Was able to actually swap to dominate a little bit with those stickies because he wasn't really getting focused. But now Insomnia, they do know that Dukes can actually do free damage from the air. Let's see what happens as we go into Midtown. The game is ready. Insomnia leading the series 1-0. Can 6 fight back?
Fan preds here massively in favor of 6 as well.
We'll see about that.
Nice number of 6 fans. 69%. And Insomnia definitely trying to change that narrative with how great they have looked. I would have predicted 6 today, but like I said, I thought it was going to be close. I think an upset was definitely possible. And it's not over till it's over. Very close first map. On the defense here, Winston from pressure, even though Max has played this a decent amount in the past. So it's going to be, look at this comp, it's so weird. Winston, Ana, and Brigida. So trying to keep pressure alive through all of that burst damage.
Wow.
This is, I don't like this, to be honest with you, G-Club. I think it's just not going to stand up to Mauga damage.
Yeah, they went all the way back. Looking for potential dive on their own from 6Blow, plus Diana with the buck on the biotic grenade. We'll see how this plays out as Insomnia about to find it out with the teleporter. The buck teleporter.
Told you it was going to be Symmetra here.
Yeah, that's Undersea on that Symmetra. But Insomnia already on point, trying to get the first stick. And here's a jump from the monkey. Some contest, but
he's getting burned down. I mean, this Winston.
Yeah, pressure has to hide behind the walls where Mauga is straight in the open field taking the damage. Is able to pick Undersea, though. But that's already second tick from Insomnia.
Yeah.
And it might be more. Really good biotic grenade by Sakume there. But that will just buy them a couple of seconds. Still a lot of members in the room.
Okay, Mauga overrun in. Daisy's down, though. I think they should probably just regroup here, but they're forcing it. And it might work.
Yep. Lots of low members. Sakume did not have the nano 3% off. And that might just give the edge to Insomnia as the respawn's certainly faster. No, never mind. They just lose Leo from the side of the room.
I'm a little bit frustrated with Insomnia's insistence on sticking around here on the point. They almost were able to get pressure down, but now he's going to have a Primal Rage available for the defense as well. And Insomnia here, not a whole bunch of great tools. And Undersea swapping off to Tracer to try to force that means he's not on the sim anymore, so they're just going to get staggered again. Primal committed.
Just to chase the target, they're worse. Indeed, super low. Don't actually know if that was fully required. Of course, they did have four ults.
I love the comp they were using. I mean, it's worked really well on this map. It's great into Winston. They ended up losing Undersea on the Symmetra, so they ended up losing the fight. But I think they could have just regrouped and come back in, but they're completely changing it up now. Undersea is going to have a pulse bomb here. That might be why he's sticking with this.
Yep. And the cage should be ready real soon. Here's the grenade on. And immediate cage was the barrier. Coming out from Blink, that CQ gone. And pressure just burnt down in the cage along with Tracer. And that's the fourth.
I mean,
you know, the final kill.
Tracer is going to do a lot of damage if targets are stationary, and she could just one-clip them in the face. And, you know, you don't need Symmetra to just beam up that damage. If I guess you can just drop a cage down on top of a 6-ball. We're way far up there. Pressure is burnt down, and that's the cap.
Yeah, I was worried because from 6Blow, when you have the Winston along with the Tracer, it's a comp where they dive together, and that's a perfect opportunity for the cage to counter. Right, after dropping that, of course, no more Mauga here as we see Doomfist already from pressure.
It's a bit early for that, but...
And Leo going back to Orisa.
Orisa's so good into Doom.
Slower push into the high ground. Trying to eat that space away.
TQQ has to do so much work if this comp is going to actually succeed.
And Undersea's Genji. Building up some ult. Not too bad, Daisy. Does have overclock. You need to get the payload near the downslope here, because that's a really good stun on a lot of members, but we'll just further delay. Here's a rotation into the room. The high ground taken over from Insomnia. Will not stop there. There's a shot from Daisy. What a snipe. Pulse bomb goes wide. Everyone falling down.
Good heals on Leonoptrix. He actually stays alive here.
And Pressure doing a good job of the block. Was able to block some of those damage, but Undersea in the meantime able to do some more pressure with the counter. Genji dead. So Pressure is playing the tank as third DPS for the team.
Pushed back here now, but he should be fine as TQQ has high ground. Look at how much damage he's been able to do on this one fight alone. We'll back away now. The push is stopped for the moment. As I really like this Doomfist, how they're using it. I don't like it into this comp, and it is going to struggle, but it's great into Genji, and they've been locking him down with Kiro as well, who's been setting up Shield Bash into punches to just block Undersea from building this Dragon Blade. He is going to have it for this fight along with Terra Surge. So it just needs to be TQQ continuing to stay far away and probably on top of a Brigida.
Let's see who the nano target is going to be. Either Pressure or TQQ.
Pressure.
Yeah, Doofus getting that nano in the room with the slam. But isn't able to accomplish more than that. possibly looking for that punch. TQQ peeked
speared.
over, almost went down. Oh,
He's
eventually,
dead.
Undersea with the Dragon Blade even committed to this push with the beat, and everyone just falls back from 6 below. A wise choice, knowing that there are so many tools that they can handle. For sure, does fall to the Terra Surge of Leo around the payload, I'm assuming.
They're looking for the checkpoint. Someone's going to contest. It's Kiru.
And that's a 2-point for Insomnia.
It's a messy game, G-Cliff.
It is.
It is
certainly
very broken up. And Insomnia do end up winning that with the Dragon Blade there. It was a little bit shaky, but focusing down the Doomfist alone was enough to win them the fight. TQQ dying to that Javelin is really ultimately the main reason why they get this checkpoint. As Leonatrix hits him in the face as he decides to peek and then is focused down by Undersea. And now the card is just rolling, 2:20 on the clock.
Yeah, Dukes tried to go for the pulse. Not hit the right target. TQQ going down Daisy with the headshot. We'll be ready with the overclock soon enough. And Undersea's Genji is buying a lot of time.
How did he live there? He got Suzu'd off the purple. That was insane. He had like 2 health.
And because of that Genji, Daisy just gets so much free space and time to do extra damage from distance.
Karu is playing so well right now. Another good Suzu from here off cooldown. He is just making it happen.
But too many targets to heal. Slam comes through from pressure. And the punch! Looks really good. But not enough damage to follow from the members. Where's Dukes?
Yeah, he's not with him right now. Is forced to recall. But I think the main issue here for Insomnia is they aren't grouped, and Genji doesn't kill Doomfist. Like, Doomfist is such a good response to Genji. As let's see what he gets done with this Nano.
But Nano still punches through. Daisy dead, but Insomnia is about minute 15 left. It's their turn to actually get their ults, not use it this time. We're able to burn that Nano. That's the reason why Duke's pressure Kiru holding their ultimates to respond.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get out of the spawn right now and then get the Dragon Blade up, and Sixblood is controlling the choke here now. Let's see if Kiru can deal with this Dragon Blade.
The slam.
Yeah, he has to use it to survive. Backline.
Yeah, he won't just retreat. There's a slam and the punch to immediately go back.
Terra Surge.
Leo catching Ana on the back, and the build supports are gone. Don't even have to use the blade, just with the Terra Surge, Insomnia back in full form, and the push is here.
So Pressure had Nano, but once it faded off, they focused him down. He had to ult. He doesn't get a kill with his ultimate, and now there's no peel whatsoever for this backline, so it's really easy for Insomnia to turn that one around with a Terra Surge. Once Ana's down too, there's no way you can keep this team alive. Pressure now swapping over to the Orisa. TQQ is going to have Overclock. Let's see if he can get LOS. He's pushed back.
And one opportunity with the... Okay, nicely blocked by the back line of Sixblood, but that one kill. Let's drag it near 3 meters out, and Sixblood, they need a miracle here with Daisy dead. TQQ finally able to register some more kills. Okay, we'll be having a mid-air death from Karu. What a shot. Still a team fight certainly going for Sixblood. As I stated, Undersea back in fight. Leo with the second back and forth. Of course, the response a little bit closer to Sixblood. And Lucio just cannot touch in time. So that won't be a 3-point, but almost a 3-point for Insomnia.
Yeah, I think that this is still a great push for them. And if they have a decent defense here, it absolutely can go their way. I'm really curious to see what they're going to run on defense, because I think the Doomfist was mainly a response to the Genji, and it was used pretty well. And Pressure is so good at living up to his name, and not just the fact that his name is Pressure and he puts pressure on them, but just he's the best tank player in our league. He played Doomfist for most of the season, but he's putting so much pressure on in these choke points here on Midtown, where he's pushing them into rooms and then getting massive slam damage, building up meteor strikes. But it's when he steps 1 foot over the line and gets focused down that Insomnia end up getting so much value, because if a Doomfist goes in, Genji offers very little damage to that. It's really only going to be the Sojourn that can poke him down, or the Orisa, of course. But when he dies, despite that, that's when it's really easy for backline access to come through on the Genji. Kiru did a great job. You mentioned the shield bash he had there on the blade in those final moments was actually critical for their defense, but it's like Insomnia wants to run Sombra Malga for their defense. So they remembered we're playing on Malga Watch 2, not Overwatch 2, and they're ready to show us what it's all about.
Not Pressure, though.
You mentioned Undersea played a lot of Sombra in Contenders. I wasn't aware, but I was actually expecting Daisy to play it. He has a large history playing this this hero?
Yes, Undersea on Sombra, Daisy on Tracer. That was usually the meta. Same for Vero. Nico on Tracer.
Makes sense.
Yeah, we're getting the first hit. Pressure going back to Winston. Doomfist it is!
Okay, he's just going to keep running with this. This is pretty rough into Sombra and Mauga.
So this team will be a lot more of a dive comp. Will basically ignore the Mauga and trying to get the squishy targets like Sombra, Kiriko, and the Lucio.
He may want to swap here. I mean, I'm not ready to call it. It's done. It's not going to work, but it is
Let's see the
very
first
tough.
side.
Yeah, let's see how this first push goes.
Okay, Mauga coming down for the contest. DQ off to the side. There's a block from Pressure. Of course, Doomfist does have the block, but it's not as much compared to like Orisa and Mauga is able to accomplish in the front.
Sleep.
Yeah, pretty good sleep back from Takume. Pressure hacked, but Dukes is the first to fall. Leo just accomplishing a lot more out in the open.
Yeah, he's purpled here. Karu's going to teleport to him and try to
But the
Suzu.
purple doesn't really matter to Mauga.
No, he doesn't really
so
care.
much HP to go through.
He does not care. And now he's got this really nice cross where Pressure can't do anything. Like, he's trying to come in here and get, like, he's basically slamming for ult charge repeatedly. But who are you going to ult in this comp? You can only really ult Karu or Daisy, who both have escapes. Or you're going to ult the Lucio. It's just really hard to make this Doomfist work in this position.
I think the reason why is Pressure is waiting for that nano potential. As it's coming through real soon. There
Now
it
it's ready.
is. Takume ready to go as Explode's not really putting anyone. There's a nano. Pressure. Finally pulling them off of the second floor. Pulling them towards the capture points.
Daisy is super low. He gets back up, though.
Insomnia's all over the place and still Explode because of the front line. Not having the main front line. They can't really pinpoint on one. There's the EMP not really hitting on any target.
Yeah, that was not the greatest EMP we've ever seen, but it's enough to buy space. It's just not ultimately enough. Dukes just carries, killing the backline here. And I think this should now finally be the cap. It's really difficult to contest here. Undersea is going to go down. It's taking over. They did delay significantly, and there's not going to be a great time bank here. I don't think they're coming over for a contest. I do see a few members waiting on the other side there. Leonoptrix bouncing over. Runs through, but it's a bit late. I'm just going to control this choke point instead, the entryway, as the cap does come over. But really nice fight there for 6blow. And I think a lot of it was the space that Sakume bought with that nano boost. Even though it didn't lead to kills, it got Pressure in position to threaten Daisy.
No, I think that was mostly done by Dukes. With how the position was kind of weird for Insomnia to actually not being in the same place around Mauga. Well, that is that. And here's the dive from Daisy. Overclock. Not really finding the best target once again. But enough to have this delay on the payload, going back onto high ground.
Yeah, we're going to see commitment here to the cage.
Cage from Leo, trying to destroy the cage. It'll take a while. Eventually those break. But TQQ in the high ground having some free damage. There's a sound barrier from Blink. Really good timing as Pressure is nanoed, so it doesn't matter. As Pressure, even with the Doomfist, is somehow able to sustain as much as the other tank.
I mean, TQQ on the high ground there with his overclock did so much work, and Leonoptrix couldn't actually maintain his frontal position, had to back away. Now they're going to try to operate around the capture point itself, the checkpoint here, which I do like. Need to focus down the Doom. That's not going to be the sleep dart he wanted.
Yep, kissing rush from Insomnia. And 6blow backing off. But the payload has been pushed somewhat. 2:30 to go for 6blow.
Showing so much respect to Pressure here. Do not want him to they don't want to get on the high ground because Pressure's just going to knock them down. You can see Daisy's really struggling to find a great angle here to push on this Doomfist.
So actually slides in, goes for the flank on the back line. Doesn't accomplish much, and Undersea. Okay, some trades in the middle, 2 for 1. But that's Pressure down, which means that the back line and the DPS are just out in the open, and they have no one else to peel.
All right, that's going to stop this push. The checkpoint is denied for now. Time bank here, still decent, obviously, but they need to win this next fight. And the Doomfist, ult is an escape tool in this game. It's not going to be really used as an engage
Hey,
tool.
the Meteor Strike was buffed, okay?
Yeah, I mean, like, he does like 50 more damage.
Yeah, the minimum damage.
But, like, it's not really going to be what they need. He needs to get on top of this backline and allow TQQ to carry. He needs to get high ground. It looks like he so far has. And this is his angle to get it done.
Yes, no really contesting pressure as Insomnia busy dealing with the side. Dukes has Meteor Strike and the Pulse Bomb ready. For 6 below, 2.8 meters out for the second point.
High ground here just completely free for Sakame to heal up his teammates. There's the ult to escape from pressure.
Soundbarrier not catching under C. Tracer down into that CQ overclock with the nano. So TQQ slides in. As they do get the second touch.
TQQ is having a phenomenal game here. Every time he gets line of sight, he's doing big work. And this time with the overclock again, every single overclock has been like how 6 have won these fights. And then he is able to, because of the nano boost, just do so much damage so quickly. Insomnia cannot compete there. And they never got back control of that high ground. So it was easy for him, easy for Sakame to heal where they wanted to get the nano boost lined up. And now Insomnia just regrouping here, trying to use a cage fight for this next push. But there's 2 minutes on the clock, so they have to be extremely efficient. And probably need to win a fight dry, ultless, and if they're going to stop this push.
It's in 2 minutes, and Nano is about 76 away. Here's Daisy. Insomnia not giving time at all for 6 below to gather anything. Just backing off.
We have seen Reaper be so fantastic in situations like this with the Kitsune Rush, but they just want to stick with this Tracer so far. It's Undersea's comfort. Pulse gonna miss. Oh, actually no, it did not.
It did stick to TQQ. Tried to slide away, but there's a cage catching a few members.
Okay, that is, I mean, that was a fairly efficient fight. They had to use 2 ultimates there. I thought the Pulse Bomb missed, but I guess it just clipped him there like almost off screen, but he ends up getting the kill, and that's massive. Now only 1 minute left. Pressure going to swap to the Orisa, knowing that if he dies in this fight on Doom, they are not going to be able to finish the map. They need something that's sturdier to actually get to the end of the map and finish this one off.
Yes, Pressure has to stay alive for the next Nano. I think that will be the final tool for 6 Blue to push all the way to force a third point. Insomnia, cage was dropped. So that's going to be a big tool loss.
Pressure.
Haru's ready.
He's built so much of this ult. Terra Surge is going to be so useful if he can actually get it off
Now
onto the point.
7. Yeah, it's about 30 seconds. 6 Below will have a lot more ults to go. There's a rush from both. Oh, a quick one and a stun from Kiru.
But Orisa does not die. Okay, down she goes now. They need to focus her down, and they're successful.
Both tanks gone, and the Nano going on to TQQ.
Daisy slept. That's actually huge. That's huge for Dukes. He's got free reign here. TQQ with the overclock.
Eliminating
Almost
the
in a
damage.
second here.
And the push is coming through. This payload is not being stopped. There's the final corner. Insomnia will have their last chance with the sound barrier, so they do have a chance.
Yeah, they can keep Leonatrix on this with the sound barrier. There it
Goes
goes.
out wide from Dukes. TQQ does that overclock ready. Under C. Blink early barrier. So TQQ will charge it. And with those Death Explode, with those 2 kills, might be able to do it. Daisy responds, but he goes down.
Massive, massive sleep. Onto the enemy Sojourn there. Comes out from Sakame, and that is what is really the one of the large deciding forces in that last fight. And the heals onto the Orisa were pretty insane. He still ends up dying right in that moment, and it's like, is that it? Did they do it? Did they win? No, because DPS line of 6 Below is just insane. And TQQ, every time he was given any opportunity, any window, any line of sight, he just ran with it. I mean, he was hitting home runs, headshots non-stop, and the guy just seems unstoppable. If he's nano boosted, he's going to carry the team fight. Very close game. Very, very close game. Very close series now. We're 1-1. Finally, we're getting the series that we were waiting for between some of our top teams, and this one is delivering already.
Yes, it's certainly delivering. After a couple of nanos onto Pressure, Pressure must have told Diana, said, okay, I don't actually need the nano. I can actually survive on my own, so give the nano to DPS, and we can actually win the team fight. That was exactly what followed. We'll take a short break. We have a series 1-1 tie. Let's see who leads the series in map number 3 after the short break.
this stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back. We have a series between Insomnia and Six Below, and that was a close one. But it does seem like Six Below is starting to come back in the series with their own way, and it seems like it's working at least for hybrid as we go through push and push, Flashpoint, and maybe into Dorado. We'll see what happens.
The support players on both of these teams are so good that team fights are lasting like a year each, and nobody is dying. The sleep darts, we had some misses, right? But that sleep dart, obviously, there at the end, did end up taking out the enemy Sojourn. And that was basically all TQQ needed. Just incredible plays. The nano boost charge building very quickly, some decent purples as well. I feel like they forced a square peg into a round hole with that Doomfist comp, but you know what? It's pressure. He's the best tank player in their tournament. He's going to get it done. He got it done. We're going to Esperanza, G-Clef. We're not going to Coliseum. 2 for 2 today so far on Esperanza.
Yes, I think after getting a taste of that Doomfist, Pressure is feeling fine. Okay, I still have Meteor Strike. If I really want to escape, I can press that button anytime. And I don't need the Nano. Give that to Sojourn or Tracer if required. And that's exactly when they pop off, power slide in with the overclock. And that's the DPS lineup. I think that's literally saving Six Below. If that one strategy is blocked, I think they will have a lot of trouble. But I think it's going to be pretty hard because Pressure's been on top today.
He really has. Esperanza going to tell us a lot, I think, because it's push and because both of these teams hasn't really been ult economy necessarily that's given them massive advantage. I think, you know, forget everything you know about push because this is Overwatch, Champions Series Japan, and it is going to be very back and forth. Ult economy has not mattered that much, so even if you think one team is massively ahead, it could just be a hot streak on the next set of team fights. It's really good plays from the tank line that gets you back into it. This one could go either way. I'm starting to lean towards Insomnia, to be honest with you, G-Clef.
We'll see what happens as the game is indeed ready. We'll see who leads in the series. Currently 1-1 tie between Insomnia and Six Below. Find out who wins push.
Some baked goods. I guess not really baked goods. Those are just bread and quiches and croissants and coffee and a flickering checkout total displaying machine. What does that mean?
Reminds me of WoW.
Oh yeah, me too, but I don't know what it means.
I don't know what the top means.
Maybe it means bakery.
Dorado something? Well, here it is. Gates open. And Leo sticking with Malga. And Pressure. No Doom this time as it is push. And of course, for the first point, you have less space to actually hide yourself from.
That's true.
So that is Orisa.
I said it wasn't going to be about the ult economy, but if you're running the Sombra, at least until Undersea swaps off of it, it is going to be about the ult economy. So let's see what he can get done here as Dukes is so low.
Yeah, hacked and could not be in space. In the air, I mean, Daisy finding an early kill on the TQQ. Will be starting 4v5. Insomnia. Undersea almost goes down, but is instantly healed back up. And that's Pressure off to the side with Kiru. They will eventually have to back off. And here's the rotation, but taking the wrong route as the rest of the members getting caught high ground. Final to fall.
So they end up winning the fight off of the pressure that Dukes took off of that hack from Undersea. Because yes, he did survive, he did live, but then they ended up being able to get positional advantage because of it. Daisy does a majority of the team's damage there. Karu also helping out quite substantially. And now they're going to have EMP in this longer fight to shut down the next push of Six Below. Dukes swapping over to the Genji here, actually, which is pretty good in this comp if you can get backline access and force out Immortality Field early. But he is hacked again. Undersea just so good at the Sombra.
But no pair up damage. There's a burn from Leo, but still feeling okay.
The thing is, even if he doesn't die, they're not getting any control. Now they don't have any way of denying this cart without dropping down. Here comes Orisa.
And when that Matrix is up in a stationary place, when considering a rush, you can just rush on top. And with the burst, yeah, Six Below is just going to be responding much better. Insomnia again dominated, but they haven't really committed too much. Only the aim matrix
Yeah, ironically, I feel like the App Matrix here was kind of their undoing because they all kind of try to group on it to get damage done, and then pressure dropped down, and they pushed on them super hard. Dukes actually builds a ton of Dragon Blade charge here, and like I said, it feels like you're like, oh, okay, I see Insomnia's in control. That's when 6 Below crush them and get back control. You never know what's going to happen here as Daisy does have the overclock here, faster than TQQ. Let's see if he can get into a good position to use it, as that's what he's looking for right now as Undersea can set up the EMP.
They have the angle. Daisy with the overclock. Straight up side, there's a Terra Surge with the sound barrier from Kiru. Explode stabilizing thing. Leo was not able to sustain himself. Daisy along with that. 2 kills again. Explode leading the charge. They will be getting the robot pushed.
It's a second series today where we've seen Sombra really have an amazing EMP angle, just not commit there. During the Terra Surge would have been perfect. On top of the sound barrier would have been perfect, but they're just too slow, and I think the fear was that with Leo caught out like that, they just didn't think they'd win the fight even with the EMP, so they hold it for this next fight. They still have a 20-meter lead, and they can step back and contest the point itself where they're wrapping around this corner here. Undersea, all eyes on him right now. His EMP could stop this Blade fight in its tracks.
And his EMP was held for such a long time, it's hacked. Duke's pressure still was not enough to bring them down. TQQ responds. Sound barrier from Insomnia to counter. So a lot of Blade has to connect. I guess the Swift Strike was already used. I could not really chase them down. But there was enough pressure that the other members were able to pick, and the chase continues.
Yeah, really good Blade there from Dukes, even though it doesn't end up getting kills. It's enough damage there as the sound barrier expires to push them back, like you said. Got 2 pressured off, and now 6 Below back in control of the robot here. It was very close. We're neck and neck, just around 50. Now pushing up to 60 here is 6 Below. Pressure is about to have that Terra Surge ready again, his second of the game here, as they contest this choke point, or rather this corner.
And the cage should be ready. And the Terra Surge to counter from pressure. Getting overrun, looking for that cage. Dropped. Able to trap at least 2.
Terra Surge could be huge, though.
To counter, did some damage onto Insomnia, but not enough to bring them down. That was Kirika Rush plus the Terra Surge used from 6 Below.
Yeah, and they just don't have damage because it's a Genji. If they had almost any other DPS hero, I think they might have actually been able to capitalize on that Terra Surge much better, because positionally they had so much control. It's just a Genji, though. He's not going to be able to do that much damage on his own. TQQ caught and taken out here in the end. And pressure now down that ultimate, the rush down as well, and sound barrier advantage plus that critical EMP for Insomnia now means that 6 Below are going to have to hope this Dragon Blade is massive, or if TQQ can actually knock the Sombra out before she can EMP. All the advantages right now to Insomnia. This Dragon Blade is a tool that can be used, but the question is, should it be? It really just depends on what opportunity they can find with TQQ. Doesn't have line of sight right now.
And there's the cap. First one going. One for Insomnia here, 6 Below. It's going to be incredibly hard. The cage will be one big ultimate. They will have trouble every single time because Genji will take forever to burn that down. And he can't go in. He's going to be trapped here. TQQ both actually using overclock, and Daisy comes out on top. You get more. Duke's trying to respond. The Blade comes out with the barrier. Again, does some damage. Still not enough.
Yeah,
Insomnia fights back now.
Insomnia in a great position. They have the advantage here. Karo is down. And pressure actually is just getting pushed down because there's no peel for him. TQQ died so early. Now he's returned to this fight. They ended up getting a lot done on that fight and ended up winning the fight, but they didn't get much distance with it. Just about 10 meters.
Javelin, whole lot of damage. Mauga still survives.
Good Suzu. And now Sakame can help push them around here, looking for another Terra Surge angle.
Sonya need to have a pretty big team win fight. And there's a Kitsune rush from both. Right in the middle, Daisy. There's a swat. Snipe onto the opponent soldier. Terra Surge on point. Blink gets caught. Daisy once again. That's a second kill for him.
Yeah, this is a really tough fight to lose here for Insomnia. Now they just have such a massive advantage. And Overclock is almost ready again. Daisy is popping off. Karo ends up getting the cleanup here. I love how he's had that first-person view of the Omnitrix who turned that fight so cleanly. As he sees the Genji fly past him, he just doesn't even care. He just walks the other way, and then he's like, okay, your Genji's pushing this way. I'll go to the other side. You don't hurt me. You can't damage me. Malga. And then he just comes in and pops off. Daisy gets line of sight. Now he's got the overclock. They're going to have EMP as well. Teleporter here as Duke swaps to Symmetra.
Symmetra, but they have no ults, and they here's the cage to counter everyone, getting focused immediately. Pressure is down, and the EMP comes through from Undersea, and that's going to be a team wipe immediate after teleport.
Teleport right into the cage!
They knew exactly that was a drill, and I think Sixblow might as well just go dive in and immediately get the cage out.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a successful way to get rid of the cage, is to just go into a teleporter, because that's going to be high value for the Anoptics. They also get the EMP out, so 2 critical tools down now, and this next fight, Sound Barrier v Sound Barrier, really depends on the focus fire here, target selection, and it's up to the DPS as Daisy still didn't use that overclock. He's going to operate now around this corner. 2QQ has to peek him, so frustrating now for Sixblow.
Here's the overrun and the overclock from Daisy. It's been a lot more wins for Daisy versus 2QQ. Sound Barrier from Kiru to keep everyone alive from Sixblow. Nice timing. That dive could have been dangerous, but still 10 members up around the robot. And Kasume will be first to fall. No Kiriko Rush will be available for the fight. TQ hacked away. No further damage as Insomnia is pushing this payload 5 men.
Yeah, and Sixblow on the wrong fight of this, and they can't really reset. This is actually really awkward for them, as they're going to now have to try to sandwich here and get on top of Duke. So as the Photon Barrier, you can eliminate a lot of Daisy's damage.
Shadow Kitsune Rush saved up from the previous fight, but TQ not even popping as the members of Insomnia just peace out from the fight.
Yeah, they're just running around the map. They're just ignoring them, trying to get through
this robot push, and we don't need to fight you.
Exactly, we don't have to fight you. We don't have to force you. We're going to win on distance, not on finishing the map, and buys a ton of time for EMP, and they never use Sound Barrier. It's still here for Blink. He just hasn't had to use it. Pressure finally now onto this Malga. We'll see what he can get done with his first cage here, as Duke's also holding the Photon Barrier because Insomnia haven't given a good angle, a good opportunity to use it. Teleporter out here, now they're going to flank.
Moving for the flank. With Kiru, they might have the triple barrier from Sixblow. TQ pops first, Undersea's gone, no EMP. The Sound Barrier from Blink, second too late, could not save that Sombra. And Insomnia, they better back off. But willing to fight right on the point, there's a cage. No Sound Barrier available from that early pick. Don't know what that was about.
I think the idea is the cage EMP to try to turn, but they didn't.
But Undersea was gone.
Exactly, Undersea was gone. Daisy also didn't have an angle to follow up on damage there. He just ends up going down. So kind of bizarre. It does buy time, and they only need to win 1 fight here. So if this EMP is enough, that's it. And of course, Kiro does have the Sound Barrier to counter. That's why we're watching his first-person view right now. If he just avoids getting hit by the EMP, runs around and drops the barrier, that might be enough for them to extend this push.
See Translocator. That's the backline EMP on.
Barrier's out.
Okay, Barrier. Let's make it out. So not much done from the EMP whatsoever. Here's the Kitsune Rush. Might be better off from Sixblow to counter contest. As Insomnia, they have no ultimates coming soon enough, as this might be the miracle run that Sixblow was looking for all game.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP not getting value is so frustrating here for Insomnia, and they can't really swap. I mean, they're kind of priced into this now, and if they can build one, I mean, they're golden, but I mean, it's just going to take so long, and they don't have that much time, 20 meters to go.
Undersea needs to find the perfect target for the hack. Here's somewhat of a choke point up the hill. Daisy all the way in the back. Pressure, there's the beat from Blink. Dive is there, Jukes goes down. TQQ has to respond with the overclock. Really get anyone done. Some damage landing on target. There it is. One Undersea gone. Trying to match the number, but cover finds both of the DPS gone.
That should be it. G-Club, I think Insomnia.
Pressure though. Malga's still alive. Hold on. Whoa, the fight is not over. Oh well, it is now. With no one around the robot.
Yeah, Insomnia was in control of that one there at the end. The Sound Barrier was really the difference maker, G-Clef, and the Sound Barrier, once that was used, obviously, to answer the EMP, Blink is able to have his own. Blink has been really good at Sound Barriers this whole season, by the way. He's one of my favorite Lucios to watch. And his Sound Barrier obviously allows him to push through there, and then Leonoptrix hides around the back of the cart, avoids a lot of TQQ's damage. Once TQQ is down, then they focus down pressure on his Malga. And that is going to be a 2-1 lead now for Insomnia. They're on match point. Sixblow pushed to the brink. It's only been twice a team has been able to push them down to match point. Ravati was the only other team to do this season. And now, maybe Insomnia is actually going to come up with a W. They have 2 more maps to get it done. Flashpoint, and then, of course, Escort. We might go to that faded Dorado. It could happen, G-Clef.
It could totally happen. And I'm assuming a lot of channel points going towards the 31%, was it? 31 to 69, I believe, was the prediction in favor of 6Flow, but certainly not showing that on the number on the left bottom of the screen for now.
Yeah, it's definitely, obviously, going to this, I would have predicted 6Flow as well. I think it's a safe vote, you know? They have a lot of fans. As you mentioned, it's a kind of legacy org here. And so, as a result, people are going to want to support them. They're going to want to predict them. But after watching games 1 and 2, even though Insomnia lost game 2, that was like the map that made me believe they have a better read on this meta. And that's the one that changed my mind. I was like, okay, Insomnia, I think, is going to take this. Very close game of push. They narrowly won that one. And now, as we move into Flashpoint, it's kind of like Control. They smashed on Control. Remember, they won the first game extremely one-sidedly because 6Flow had bad ult economy there. The second one, extended fights. They were able to win narrowly there. So moving to Flashpoint, I think it might be a similar story to what we saw in the beginning of this map.
It certainly is an extended side of Control. There's basically 5 controls in one huge map. But I think it's quite different, as 6Flow will now come up with a different comp for sure. Plus, what kind of worries me is that Undersea's Sombra wasn't too impressive from push, but Insomnia still came out with a win. After hitting not great of an EMP, of course, with the cage, that's an easy one, but on his own, I always kept on seeing Undersea's around the members of 6Flow, not really accomplishing much. There's some hacks, but not really having the members sniped on his own. And for the actual team fight, Undersea had to spend the time to go around the map and come back to the teammates, which at the time the fight was already over as a 4v5, but Insomnia still came out with a win.
This game feels like it's a lot of really great play from the supports. There's a tank battle going on, but the real fight is Daisy up against TQQ. That is the real fight. The Sojourn battle is actually deciding these games, as it looks like we are getting closer to being ready to go into this one. It is Hayabusa, not going to Junk City for this one. And, I mean, I don't think that so far in Flashpoint we have 2 maps. Like, they have very different architecture on how you move to the point, but it is still ultimately Flashpoint, right? So I don't think the maps will affect this too much. But it's Insomnia's pick again. So this is their map pick. They chose this. They are comfortable on this. And they looked at their best, actually, when they pushed Barrel to the brink on Flashpoint as well. So even though they ended up losing it, it was a really close map there against Varel. No other team has done that to Varel. Only Insomnia. So I think they're going to close it out right here. I think this might be the beginning of the end. I hope I'm wrong and we go to Dorado, but the Dorado curse of us not getting to cast that map might be too strong, G-Clef. This is a good map for Insomnia. And we'll see what happens, because for Insomnia, the next opponent will be Namekuji Brothers, which will be very likely a win for them. Well, 6Flow, they got Insomnia and Barrel back-to-back for the final 2 matches. And if they lose this one, Insomnia might be able to go ahead in the maps and head-to-head if we have to come down to that tie-break situation. It is Hayabusa. It's a Flashpoint, certainly Control, as we remember that Samoa map being a quick 2-0 for Insomnia. We'll see if that is a similar case as we get into Flashpoint. Insomnia leading the series. They do have match point going into Flashpoint. Might all come down to this. 6Flow push to the brink a second time. Let's see what they want to run here. We've seen Leonoptrix dominate with Junker Queen on this map. That's what he's most known for so far this season.
Yeah, but since the patch, we haven't seen any signs of Junker Queen.
I think it's just Junker Queen is really bad into Mauga specifically, and so you just don't want to risk starting your comp off that way. And in the past, you'd always be, if you're an Insomnia fan, really excited to see them play on Flashpoint because of Leonoptrix. They're going to run the Genji here, though. This has been popular. It was popular in Korea as well on Hayabusa. And it's going to be Dragon Blades they're looking for to cut through the back line. And if you can get on top of TQQ, like we've been saying so much, that's what this has been about, killing the Sojourn. And Genji's great at that.
Yeah, Undersea, Genji, Daisy, Sojourn. Comfort picks coming out from Insomnia. Sticky Q, turn respawn. 6Flow in a better position. Undersea contesting. A little bit in the high ground, Dukes. Echo finding a kill onto Lucio immediately as the point opens. First capture from 6Flow, and this might be a lot more than just a single kill to chase.
Yeah, Leonoptrix just leaves as soon as they get the kill onto Blink because he knows without that healing, he's not going to beat this Orisa who's already anchored to the point. So, like the retreat here, we'll just look for the respawns of the sports and then head back in. But this is going to buy so much time here because Sixplo had to go all the way back to spawn. It's already 35% ticked up here. And Pressure, he can do whatever he wants here. He can try to control this choke. He can also just operate on the point itself. Look for javelins like that one. And look at him just use this wall here in the middle of the point. It's so good for Orisa.
Pressure's been super good using all the walls. And how the map works here, Insomnia trying to go back and forth. Daisy finds one. That's a huge Lucio dead this time. That's 1-1 onto both Lucios on the other each side. Daisy looking for that snipe on the flank. The flip has been made. 77. There's a swift strike. Daisy finds 2 more.
I love the Swift Strike here from Undersea. Just to come in and get some additional ult charge because yes, the fight is over. Yes, you did end up winning the point back, but you want to get a little bit more. You want to chase them out. You want to force them to respawn or group up on the spawn and then take the longer path back in, and you get to build that ult charge because that's what they're going to need to defend. They have the Kitsune Rush, of course, as well to beef up all the damage, try to burst pressure down before he gets on the point with Terra Surge. That is kind of the goal here now for Sixplo is just Terra Surge on point, get that flip.
That cage will be very far away. Here comes the rushes. And overclock from Daisy. Being burnt some damage, but landing good shots.
Javelin hit, Pressure takes him out.
Oh, and Sixplo, they still got 3 more to go, so Undersea. Man, the sound barrier. No kill coming out from this blade as Sixplo, they still have 3 more to go in the ult charges. This time, Exploders looks like a total different team. They're not even committing too much.
Compositionally, you can't break the Orisa with Genji alone. You will need Daisy's damage. It's just never going to be enough. Even with Blade, you won't kill that Orisa. That Javelin won them the fight. Javelin hits Daisy, he instantly dies. No way you can kill this Orisa. You're not even going to break through her armor. They get to win that fight off Javelin alone, and now hold the Terra Surge for the next point. And Sixplo getting here quickly as well means that they will have defender's advantage as well as the Terra Surge. So good luck breaking through this Orisa the second time Insomnia. Even if Daisy doesn't get picked at the start, it's going to be so tough. And I feel like Undersea could have considered a swap here, as they're just playing with their backs against the wall, trying to force this Genji still.
This might just duplicate into double Sojourn as Insomnia. That Blade and the sound barrier committed a lot to the previous point.
Here comes the overclock. He's the only one who can kill Pressure.
And the point captured. Starts for Sixplo for the second. Leo coming up with the overrun onto the point and duplicate into Mauga. And that's enough bullets eaten by Leo to be first down. And the overrun for the push and the cage.
And like I was saying, Daisy's the only one who could kill Pressure. He doesn't have to Terra Surge. They win the fight off of the burst damage that comes through from the duplicated Mauga. And Daisy is the last to die, ironically, but he's never able to layer that damage in. Never gets line of sight. And TQQ, his overclock comes out. They do so much with that, the duplicate as well. And Terra Surge is really the trump card that they haven't even had to use. Pressure is a bit too far up now.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
Right next to
however,
cage opportunity. Oh, but that was a big miss.
It might have just been denied there by the Fortify, as that's going to completely whiff.
Yeah, I think Leo at least wanted to catch Pressure in that cage. So would be just wasted, and Daisy responds back finally with the right click. Pressure thought about having the Terra Surge, but no one was inside the cage. We'll be holding on to that.
Okay, they have the
Wait
point.
for TQQ.
Daisy has line of sight. I think they should hold this blade and use it for backline access when they come in. They don't want to try to hard force here. Wait until the front line comes through first. Wait till after Pressure moves in and go behind him.
Combo is there. Might want to draw out the sound barrier from Kiru first, then have that blade. That's why Overclock first hit and Blink responds with the home barrier. And the Dragon Blade comes out after the barrier is gone. Sixplo not having enough defensive tools here.
That was beautifully played.
Finally being
beautifully played from Insomnia. They wait for the barrier to fade away. Pressure's the last to die. He goes in with Terra Surge because there isn't really great engage on this comp, and they don't have an angle for the Echo to do damage, so Pressure has to go in first, even though he doesn't want to, even though this Orisa is not good at that, but he has to be the one. They're patient, they barrier. As the barrier fades, Undersea pulls out the Dragon Blade and rips through that back line. And now we're tied up 1 apiece here on this the second round of Hayabusa ties us up 1-1. I'm just really excited, G-Club, about this.
Because we might actually see Dorado. There's a still very good chance as we're having one back and forth. Insomnia. But 6blow in a better position, of course. And here's a dive with the Kiriko Rush.
Another Maoka copy
from Dukes, and there are lots of targets to burn through for the extra cage if you can. Can't get to it. Yeah. Undersea's gone.
He's gone.
But 4 members are still alive, and there's no pressure.
And TQQ, he doesn't have any way to challenge Daisy anymore.
Yeah, without pressure, they just have to fall back. There's no way to keep themselves alive with that much open space. And Undersea, good cook catch there.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Getting the catch on those supports there will delay the next push, and they're going to need Kiru's Sound Barrier for it. If they can speed pressure up, get him on the point with Sound Barrier, there's definitely a winnable fight here for 6blow. Maybe they could put TQQ on a flank angle as well, but it's super risky. If he gets found and killed by Undersea, then that's the end. As they're just going to stick together here, TQQ pushing behind. Quickly.
Let's see how pressure responds with the Terra Surge. The cage is once again ready from Leo. For that dive, love to catch anyone. And what a shot from Daisy there. Right before the sound barrier, Kiru had a good idea.
Hey,
not the perfect timing. TQQ dies with the overclock. Blake with a headshot with the cage. And this time Pressure says, okay, with this many members dead, I can't really hit that big button.
I appreciate the meta read here from 6blow. Like I get it. I see the idea. You know, you get the Reese on the point first, etc. But it's just not working out in practice, and they're just so limited in tools. Pressure's just sitting there with Terra Surge the entire time, but he's like, well, I can't get there to use it, so I'm just holding it. I'm staying on Orisa, whereas the Immonatrix just constantly channeling these cages and getting insane value as Undersea looks for the backline. He still has Dragon Blade. They have the Sound Barrier here.
Insomnia, they know that Kiru's Sound Barrier was just used in the previous fight.
They're letting Pressure kind of get on this edge here. It's like, oh, you're not going to get full control. You don't get Terra Surge value. You want to stand on the point? Well, we'll stand above it on the high ground. On this point specifically, you actually have so much agency as Daisy.
And this could be the match point for Insomnia. At the potentially final flashpoint opens up.
Okay, Pressure's on it. He's on it, but look at how far away they are. They're not letting him get Terra Surge.
From Undersea. There's another shift. The reset Kiriko just flashes away, but the damage is surely enough with the extra sound barrier. Coming up from Blake, 2 big tools used.
And look at that. There's still a big circle with a check mark in it next to Pressure's Orisa icon. Because yes, he got on the point.
How long was that being held?
It's held for 3 fights now, and Undersea just flies over his head and cuts his whole team to pieces because Pressure needs to actually have positional control to get value out of Terra Surge, and they know it. They're playing around it so well. Once again, he's trying to get in there. Good javelin.
Yeah.
This could be the angle.
Leo, but still survived. That's Malga. There's the Terra Surge that they were looking for, and from Dukes. A lot of low members. Eventually, Insomnia will lose the fight here, but that's everything committed from 6blow.
Okay, that was a really good approach there from Pressure. Speeds up, gets the Javelin to connect on Leonoptrix, pressures him down low so he has to retreat. He gets in there, gets a multi-man Terra Surge, and yes, Undersea gets out with a Swift Strike, but he's so low he does fall right afterwards. Like you said, very expensive, but they still get to keep the Sound Barrier. So Pressure should be able to build another Terra Surge very quickly, as long as he's accurate here. The big threat is going to be this Blade once it's ready, or if Daisy gets an overclock angle, which they should be worried about. They need to track where he is at all times. Sticking with the team for now.
As Insomnia, if they win one team fight, it's going to be all over, already up to 66%. There's the overclock Daisy looking for a sweet target and finish this game. There's a sound barrier from Kiru, keeping everyone alive. But secondary sources are coming soon. Undersea Leo pretty close to that 100% check bar. Tiki goes down.
He's down. Undersea's got Blade as well.
There's rush from Sakume. But what can they do with just 4 members around the points? There is the Blade from Undersea. A little far away, but keeping them off the point. Looking for that flip onto Insomnia.
Okay, not a great Blade there, but it's enough. It does push them away. Dukes is going to get staggered here. And there's still one more fight. There's one more fight here for 6 It's not going to be great, but it's a decent chance. Especially if Undersea dies.
There's no pass to use to beat. Leo comes back to fight. Cage available. Duke's still coming back from the spawn. Point being contested, but for the moment it was 45. There's a cage, but you can't really have anyone else in. Pressure's down, no tank, and 2 members caught in the cage. No one can contest and come in.
Great
That
cage.
will be Insomnia. 3-1 in Flashpoint.
Great cage to deny entry there, and they focus down pressure. And Insomnia will be the first team to beat 6 here in OWCS Japan. It was a long time coming. It felt like it was inevitable these teams would match up and we'd see an amazing game, and they delivered tonight. And the Dorado curse continues. We will not go to Escort, not until the map pool changes come through next week, as we are changing that format. Missed it earlier on the show. But 6 different meta read here. And it was a Malgawatch protest, okay? But you know what? The Malga police came and then took them away. And that was what we saw there because, you know, at the end of the day, they could not consistently win team fights with the Orisa. TQQ had this team on his back. He had 4 players on his back, and he was like, the Orisa isn't going to be able to get it done if she's not on the point. And when we're not on the point, I'm going to find an angle. I'm going to kill the enemy, Malga. I'm going to burst him down. And if he doesn't do that, or if he doesn't kill Daisy on the other side, kill the enemy Sojourn, then they were never going to win those fights. And the Echo as well felt kind of desperate because obviously fighting into this composition on Suravas, like you don't always have the ability to get in there and execute low health targets because you're dealing with a Malga who's never going to be below half health. You know, you're never going to get value out of the beam shot there from the Echo. I'm really loving Insomnia because they're kind of breaking the trend right now of, okay, there's, you know, we have 2 top teams and one of them's going to win. It's going to be the 2 of them in the end. Not necessarily. Insomnia looks like they could go to our Asia LAN that we have coming up in April. Like, they might actually be a top 2 team in this region. I think they are. I mean, they just proved it by beating 6
Yeah, they certainly did. Did lose to Vero earlier on, but Insomnia looks kind of different now on with the new meta. We'll see who the player of the match is coming from Insomnia. And that player will be...
Let's wait and see.
Daisy!
I mean, this is no surprise when you consider that this game was so much about the war of the neutral, and Daisy won that in flying colors. Obviously on the first map, he did it with Reaper, and they ended up playing this Reaper Sombra that I was afraid was going to dominate this entire series, but they played it only on Samoa. And then, as we talked about so much, it was really him shutting down TQQ so many times, so consistently. And look at that shot there, that was unreal. His Sojourn was series defining, and he put pressure down, whether it was on the Doomfist, whether it was on the Orisa. Did not matter. If you lose these, then this comp can work for 6 but he just very rarely did.
Such great moments. Partially created by Dukes and the teammates, and that's going to put him tied for second. And Pressure, of course, could not get a win today, so we'll be staying on top with 4 POTM for him. But
I don't think he would have gotten it if they won either. I think it would have been TQQ 100%.
Yeah, it was weird because Pressure is always trying to contest, not playing Malga. Let's see what I can do with the Doomfist, Orisa, and it was just not perfect today. As I mean, they were trying to do a lot of other things off the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it almost felt like it was a Malga protest. The way they played around it was good. I think they prepared this. They thought this was going to be good enough. Maybe in scrims and practice it was, but you know, I think we kind of have figured out Malga is the way here at Watch Champions Series Japan.
You've seen so many moments, especially on Rush, I believe. Leo was just able to escape with like this much HP left. Oh,
it's almost nozzle time though.
It's almost nozzle time.
It's almost nozzle time.
Will he play Malga or the Hog?
Yeah, that's the
real question.
Let's be honest, it's not a question. He's gonna play Hog.
Maybe Malga. That match is coming up next. As we take a short break, we will be back with the final match of the night. welcome back everyone to Overwatch Champions Series Japan, day number 1 of week number 4, the final weekend for them as they finish off in the last 3 days. G-Clef Wolf here as we get into our final match. It's been a while and it's been forever since I got to cast Nozzle.
Yeah, I did just do a quick time check, and it says right here on my watch, N0.ZL. It's Nozzle time! It's time for Nozzle! I want to see if he is playing Roadhog, because everyone's
Wait,
playing
I want to see it again. Wait, what?
See, it says right there.
Oh, it's Nozzle time!
Yeah, I told you. My watch doesn't lie, man. Everyone is playing Mauga except Pressure. Everybody, like literally everybody at EMEA.
In the world.
Everybody in NA. Everybody in your solo queue games.
Everybody in quick play. Everybody in practice.
Everybody in practice. Everybody who's even had a dream about playing Overwatch, they were playing Mauga. And Pressure, okay? He didn't. Nozzle, he's going to be like Pressure. He's going to play, he says, Mauga watch? Roadhog time.
Roadhog buffed.
Roadhog Life
time.
Weaver incoming.
From 4 meters to 3 meters. That's a big buff. I'm pretty sure when Nozzle scrolled through the patch note, immediately going to Roadhog, like, what's the patch? I gotta read it first. It's time.
It's time.
It is time.
A little bit of extra damage on the Roadhog, trying to help him get his picks. We will see if it does occur. If you guys have missed it, you missed an amazing series between Insomnia and Six Below. Do go back and watch it. You can rewind or you can watch it in your own time, because now it's Nozzle time, but you missed a good time before that. As Hayabusa, they have had a bit of a tough time. They only have 1 win so far this season, and they are otherwise 1-5. They were able to defeat Nyam, as has Namekuji brothers. Both these teams have only beaten Nyam-Gaming so far.
But except for that, everything else outside versus Nyam has been a 0-3. So that's why they're standing on 7th and 8th with 1-5. Only 1 map differential. Basically, this will be the 7th place decider in the standings, as they still do have 2 matches to go through. And Hayabusa, relatively competitive. They'll be fighting a Ravati next, as Namekuji, they'll be fighting Insomnia for the finals. So much needed win for Namekuji, because this is realistically going to be their final win opportunity. And maybe a little bit more for Hayabusa, but this is really going to be the matchmaking for the standings.
And ever since week 1, we haven't really been seeing Fragre come out. He did play Sombra, actually, when they were running him, so maybe if they do end up playing Sombra today, they'll sub him in, but for the time being, it is going to be Villia and Langley. As on the other side of things, of course, we do have the bros. That's right, it's Nozzle time. Any subs for Nozzle? No.
Nope, just
Hero
5 man.
pool, 1. Roadhog.
Bambi, CC, Menhera, and Basa. As this roster, whole lot of entertainment, not as much in results, but it's always fun with Nozzle, as you see that Roadhog in the middle.
Would you say Nozzle is hogging the spotlight?
He is Hog, and Hog is Nozzle.
Would
So,
you
yes.
say you're hooked on his gameplay?
I've been hooked for such a long time.
Would you say that you might have to take a breather after this series?
It's a
if he
big,
has a great performance
wild
again?
breeder. As you can see, that tattoo.
He's wild. He certainly is. This is the comp. CC2 plays Hanzo. Okay, that's what they do. He plays Hanzo no matter what.
I like it. I'm a big Hanzo fan, but is the only player out of the entire world competitive, including NA and EMEA, the only Hanzo player.
I mean, sometimes it's good for anti-Sigma shield break, stuff like that. It's a niche pick,
If
but
you
not
have
for
enough,
CC2.
Yeah, if you have enough, if you have enough barrier, it's good to break with the Storm Arrow. But if there are too many barriers, it's just not enough. And the arrows, as you can see, out of the pistols and all the guns, it's not the strongest. And looking at the map veto, Lee Jang once again. But we're going into Blizzard World.
That's the Namekuji special. That's the Roadhog map.
Interesting.
They're all Roadhog maps, but Namekuji does like to take us to Blizzard World. Lijiang Tower to start things off. Now the Life Weaver healing into the Mauga damage is going to be pretty tough. Like, if you can get the Tree of Life up, you might be able to compete, but I feel like Roadhog struggles most in the Mauga. And I think this is the moment where Nozzle's faith will be tested more than any other time. Will he play Mauga or will he play Roadhog? We know the answer is he's going to play Roadhog, but could he be tempted? Could he could he stray from the light?
If we
Pick a
keeps-
different tank hero.
Yeah, even with a breather, if he keeps on losing the sustained fight, might actually think about Mauga. That's how dominant
He might
Mauga
think
has
about it, but then
been.
not swap.
Maybe all his teammates will be saying the same thing. Yes, we're here the dubstep. Hayabusa Gaming versus Namekuji brothers. First map is Lijiang Tower. Let's get into it. Nozzle. Uh-oh. I see
Wait a
a
minute.
weird hog.
Oh, wait, hold on.
That's not a hog.
Boss is moving over. Hold on. Yep. Okay, and one more. Nozzle.
3,
Yeah!
2, 1. We have a hog.
Don't be scared. It's just a teleporter. And they just switch to Hanzo. Yeah!
Yes! We got the regular from
It's the
Namekuji
Brothers comp.
Doesn't
played by
matter which
Namekuji.
patch. Doesn't
Now,
matter the patch.
Hayabusa is playing the Orisa, Echo, and Sojourn variant. So they're gonna expect this Roadhog. They're not running on or anything like that. Nothing crazy here, but are gonna have a pretty strong composition into this, and will actually be first to the point.
And Lifeweaver from Basa.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He only plays that.
You certainly do need to pull that Roadhog back to safety. And here's Nozzle. And let's see the hooks.
There it is.
The first one, and Bellaboo gone. Instant pick.
Nozzle's super good at this. Down goes Bambi. Nozzle will get Alexander as well. Immortality field down. That should be the cap coming through.
Vilya strikes back though. There's still 2 DPSs alive. 3 versus 2. Around the point, the capture has been made, and Jin is also sort of a DPS. But doesn't say, ooh, not good enough, Vilya. Strikes once again, Lisa back in the game. The contest is there, but is this good for Namekuji? Because the percent keeps on going up for Hayabusa. The flip finally comes through.
That was a pretty hilarious pedal there, where they put Menhara just up on the pedal, and he's doing as much damage as he can. Poor little Zenyatta. He's like, I'm dead. Wait, no, I've been saved by Basa. Okay, so Namekuji brothers do get the flip. Terra Surge isn't ready yet. Let's see if Vilya can actually find an angle here to flank. As Nozzle is going to try to get a flank hook off here. Got to be careful about Fortify.
Yeah. And with the trap potential.
Okay, there's a hook.
Oh, field out already. Now that's going to be on cooldown as they try to escape Tree. Right in front. Just to the late, there's a Dragon Strike. There's more of a zoning ult there. And Bambi will be winning the air duel fight. Namekuji upper hand as they still do have the control.
Yeah. All right, so Bambi will also have duplicate for this fight. Probably just duplicate Bellaboo. Could obviously go for a DPS pick as well. And we'll see what he wants to go for here.
There's also whole hog if they want to commit. There's the hook and slightly closer.
He's just so accurate with his hooks that even a peeking Sojourn isn't safe. Sojourn's like, let me peek that hog. Nope. Straight into the death chamber.
But Hayabusa, even after the hook, they were still keeping up. Matrix gone, not available anymore. Alexander goes down. Hanzo arrow snipes him.
Whole hog did go off as well, as that's another tool down, but Bambi just gets to hold on to his ultimate here and chill, and they only need one more fight here to win this first point.
Both Transcendents being held by the Zenyatta players for a very long time, actually. Hayabusa is giving this much time and space for Namekuji to build up to around 90%. Here's an engage with the Matrix, and the duplicate comes through from Bambi. Here's a Orisa copy. And Trans from both. Bambi staying alive. And doing enough damage for the extra Terra. Langley still holding that copy. Not even needed as they're bringing down few members. So hold on, Bambi. Strike back and deals the tree.
Yeah, there's just so much healing. They're going to win this fight. Okay, Vilya's trying his best.
Strikes at everyone. There's still CC and Nozzle. Dragon Strike just for...
That should be the first round of the Dragon Strike.
Hey, why isn't Hanzo in the meta?
Yeah, clearly this is quite strong, G-Clef. All you have to do is hook them into the Dragon Strike. Who says Dragon Strike is a zoning ultimate? I think it's a kill ultimate.
That's a pair.
Kill secure pairing there, as you say, with the Roadhog hook. And Namekuji brothers using Tree of Life to sustain through that fight.
Their sync there's some type of sync going on within the members of Namekuji.
Well, this was a hilarious moment where Minhara is actually up here and just completely takes him out. Look, the problem for me I have with Hayabusa here is, Namekuji brothers, by the way, fan favorites. The problem I have with Hayabusa, the way they played this, is that the accuracy there for Bellabo on the Orisa was just not there. He didn't look very comfortable on the pick, even though we've seen him play it in the past. And you've got to be hitting those headshots and burst down that Roadhog if you're going to be playing it into it. They are going to this time try to use the Sigma instead. See what Langley swaps over to. Okay, will be the Echo again.
Double Echo on the field. Villia had a decent work from that soldier in the previous stage. As we'll see, Hanjo's still there from CC2. As some are coming from the bridge, some are coming from the White Room. Namekuji brothers split it apart, trying to focus down Langley in the air. And CC, ooh, what a snipe onto Villia.
That's massive, actually taking Villia out of the fight. Now Zen,
No,
goodbye.
the hook.
And he's just pulled back in by the Lifeweaver.
Had no space to escape. So there will be the stun. But of course, oh, gotta be careful.
It's actually so fun to watch Namekuji brothers play against weak teams because they are also a weak team in terms of their results so far, but you can see how this comp actually is good, like in these moments, how it can work together. The healing output of the Lifeweaver, keep Nozzle hooked up, and look at that.
Go down into the grave.
Yeah, this ain't Ilios, but it can be in those moments, and turn in Lijiang into Ilios well. We'll just pull him straight in there, and Nozzle is just so good at this pick that if you don't respect it, then you will just get absolutely owned.
Yeah, without the tank. Unless Hayabusa, unless those stickies really land and goes for the snipe. And Sigma takes a long time to come back. And there's another snipe. CC2, those headshots. We've been seeing these kills on the kill feed.
And only an Echo to threaten him because there's no other source of long-range damage as Villia has been trying to fight the neutral against the Hog. Now is going to finally contest him, and CC2 can just take cover and wait it out.
Yeah,
ooh, that was a fantastic shot.
Yeah, and there's tree available when they are Hayabusa. Okay, slowly transitioning into the right.
This actually can't be happening. This can't be happening.
Nozzle time!
Like, Nozzle is so good, but also Hayabusa, he's standing there with a hook. Don't walk
And there's
that
a
way.
Lucio 2 speed boost, and the CC2 once again with the snipe. Hayabusa having no way of just coming back into the game. They have some time.
Jin is just no way out. Taken out here by the Storm Arrows.
See through the dragon's eyes. And Nozzle's just having fun.
The emote is Bellaboo's forced to swap to Orisa.
There's a whole hog to keep everyone. Oh, the breather. Lifeweaver
Synergy. Lifeweaver Synergy.
Oh man, now the tree healed everyone back up. If Ilya gets caught.
Is that just it? I think it's just it.
Yeah, that might just be it. 99-0. Power slided way too fast. There's a field and a double field from Langley, but the remaining member, there's a Terra Surge from Bambi. And Nozzle, certainly the MVP, Bambi, taking a lot of damage. He's really back from the spawn, but too late. It's overtime and a 2-0 score.
I'm just flabbergasted that Nozzle was able to get those two hooks on the Bellaboo. He just forced to swap to Orisa. CC2 is the real carry of that map, to be honest. He had so many critical picks that allowed Nozzle to actually walk forward and pull people in. And then you have, obviously, the Lifeweaver coming through as Basa is able to save Nozzle every time he overextends, as he extends forward to get insane value and then be saved by his teammate, because that's how good the comp is. They actually figured out how to use Lifeweaver. They figured out how to use Roadhog. And I'm telling you guys, like, I've said it since literally day one.
At this level, though.
Yeah, but literally since day one, I told everyone, this comp is good, I promise. It's just not the best one. But when the enemy team is significantly worse than you and isn't playing around it well, it actually works. It does work. It's actually a good comp. It does actually succeed, and Namekuji brothers are proving it. 2-0 on Lijiang. And
oh man,
very one-sided start.
Those hooks onto Sigma twice.
And now
Bellaboo just said, no way, man. Sorry, guys. I just have to switch.
Now it's Blizzard World. So this is the pick of Namekuji brothers. They chose this map. They have chosen this map every time they've had a chance to. And they like to play Roadhog here. Roadhog's pretty good on A defense.
Also, Hanzo's pretty good on Blizzard World.
Good into Sigma, which is very common on Blizzard World.
Lifeweaver, don't exactly know if he's good on any map, but okay. As long as you have this pairing.
Pedal value for high ground, low ground contest. Okay. Pull value as well onto the Roadhog, get him into a weird spot where you can get a flank angle. And beyond all that, CC2 might just randomly headshot you because he's spamming those choke points. He knows exactly where the heads are going to be when they poke around the corner. Don't challenge this guy. I want to see, okay, this gameplay, I don't want to see it from Nozzle, but this gameplay has made me wish for Bellaboo's Mauga. I'm like, something's wrong with me. I'm asking for more Mauga. I'm like, there's no Mauga here. This is strange. I would like to see Mauga. But I actually think Mauga is probably good into the Roadhog. I think it's really strong. Maybe they should try to pick it.
Oh, there was some contest with against Nozzle's Hog, right? Hog versus Hog. I would like to see that matchup.
That also, we have seen teams try that. No one has lost that one yet. But maybe Hayabusa, maybe they could, maybe they would. So maybe just play Mauga. Maybe just play Mauga, G-Clef. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
That could be the
I think it's pretty good.
As Bellaboo is just swapping through, it does seem like no further substitution from either side.
Yeah.
As Blizzard World can be a weird map, as you can. There are, well, Wolf has been praising this comp. There are certainly weaknesses. That's why there are better comps out there in the meta right now. And it's not that Hayabusa doesn't really know the answer. I don't think they're really up to the practice.
They're not comfortable with the answer.
Practice with the newest meta and all the Mauga and the Sombra potential and the Reaper. Reaper already was an answer against the Hog. Yeah. And plus Mauga, so Reaper could totally be the staple, but I don't think either one of the DPS is feeling comfortable at the moment with the Reaper.
Well, the Zenyatta is pretty good into Hog too, but you know, he's getting pushed away or sniped by CC2. So I'm actually just going to do a quick little check.
On what? On the
Namekuji brothers have only one
game.
Nozzle has been the only one who's picked up, so he did get it last time around. But CC2, man, so far I know it's Nozzle time. But it's a CC2 vote.
And I know I'm biased towards Hanzo, but I really have to give it to Nozzle, though. So we're having 1-1 here, but we only saw one map so far, so we've got a lot to go through potentially. Let's see if Nozzle plays better or CC2. Or this could be the map for Hayabusa to actually strike back. We're praising Namekuji this far because of the result that we haven't seen only from Control. But we had a match just previously where a team was suffering so much from Control, but they came back big time from Hybrid and Push.
I think that obviously Control is one of the best places for the Roadhog composition because you have a single point you can fight over. Really difficult to circumvent the Hog. Blizzard World, kind of a different story.
Yes, indeed. It might be. So far, Namekuji leading the charge 1-0. Let's get into Blizzard World and see if we will see any other comps coming out from Namekuji and Hayabusa, potentially striking back into the series.
Okay.
And
defending first, Namekuji brothers.
Comp.
Menhera swaps over actually to the Batiste here for CC2. I keep saying CCT because it's like CCTV, closed caption television. Or closed circuit TV. What does CCTV stand for? I don't know. That's what we call security cameras here in Korea. Anyway, CC2.
Yeah, I think it's closed circuit.
Yeah, closed circuit television? Is that right? I don't know if that's right, but anyway. Someone will get me in chat. Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat. In 3 minutes.
In 3 minutes, we'll know. So, Menhera is going to stay with the Alari here. So, another long-range pick that has healing pylons for Nozzle. He can operate
on Ana this time.
Yeah, and this is smart. He figured out he's still playing Roadhog. And that's going to deny a lot of the healing onto this very exposed tank. He's going to operate on high ground for now, but can drop down to low ground to those healing pylons on the point, which is what the role of Menhera is going to be here. Hook not going to land this time.
Bambi going super low, as Namekuji, of course, they do have all the distance. There's Hanzo, Storm Arrow to break a shield. Bellaboo. Felt it. Last time, there's a grab. Villia first to fall.
So much follow-up, he's just burst down, meleeed by the hook.
These hooks The accuracy is insane.
Yeah, 50% so far on this first map that we've seen on camera at least. And Menhera here, you can see the healing pylon. He can operate around in this choke. It makes it easy for Bambi to fly up, poke, and then toss a few tri-shots in, and come over the pylon. I really feel like Illari is so close to being extremely broken and super meta. Okay, another hook.
But it's on Bellable this time. Not going to get, can't really get direct kill. Vilya strikes back this time. No, Illari. As Hayabusa takes a step into that capture point. Namekuji, they still have a lot of their members. That's one tick.
Okay, Duplicate here trying to push CC2.
Versus Hanzo.
And he gets it done. That should be the cap.
Yeah, with the DPS is gone. Should be the full cap. And those come through. 433.
First real objective here for Hayabusa in this series. They did, of course, get the first cap on Lijiang, but weren't able to do anything after that. As Langley's free firing here this time around, as they're going to keep this Illari pick, actually, even though they lost A. A little bit weaker here, but they can try to use it to control the choke point. You can see Nozzle trying to flank, but he doesn't have good hook angles here. Much stronger on the A point itself. Annoying Sigma shields in his way.
As the payload keeps on pushing, from the top there are some really good Storm Arrow or Dragon Arrow angles.
Dragon Strike.
Through the wall.
Combo
and
there.
Bellable isolated.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Pulling him in, the Dragon Strike is out, he can't escape, but CC2 goes down.
Yeah, Vilya back and forth between CC2. Those DPSs having their own duel. And a nano to Vilya. Turn snipe, dodges the hook. It's the tree hitting them back up. So this won't be too easy. At least burning down the nano onto this soldier who has been hitting a lot of the payload.
Ooh, big
Captain Sun. Be able to secure one kill, and Transcendence pulling that out. And Namekuji brothers using all of their ultimates. It was expensive, but we'll be able to grab the stop.
Yeah, I mean, Hayabusa also even committing the gravitic flux. I'm not sure if that even hit anybody. The Life Weaver pulled Nozzle out, so Basa kept him safe from Bellabu's ultimate there, and beyond that, I don't think got any value whatsoever, so that's another tool gone, and the choke point still held here for Namekuji brothers. The cart pushed slightly through, but they will be able to let it roll back here and operate around this high ground still. CC2 staying low ground, staying very far back. And yeah, for the time being, Langley, only one who can really get in here and offer any poke damage, but the problem is just playing into this Illari.
Close call there. Vilya looking for those snipes. There's CC2, it's Storm. The hook comes through on the Bellabu only. Nozzle going very close with the Discord.
Even with the sleep, they don't have enough damage to focus him down.
And here's CC2 on top. Very dangerous. Hook does not land this time. But the payload has been pushing slowly as the entire team of Namekuji finally dropping down from high ground.
Another captive Sun almost ready here. Langley almost loses his head. And that's a trade that I think you'll take, as Namekuji trading the Orisa for the Hanzo, and Nozzle's still alive and healing up from those pylons. Bambi has dupe. That's a win in the fight. And Hayabusa once again pushed back to square one. And with 5 ultimates here for this next contest, the news just doesn't get better for Hayabusa.
Will be about 4 for Hayabusa.
Yeah, but having to push through the choke point means they're always going to be at a disadvantage.
And Nozzle can just push them out with the whole hog. And the tree will be another tool if they have to burst down. Really have to land perfect sight, perfect moment with the Transcendence as it comes through. There's a copy on the Orisa, Alexander down. At least there's a nano on the Bellabu. But no further commitment from Hayabusa.
Yeah, no captive Sun from Namekuji. They're holding on to it. Bambi gonna Orisa burst his way into a 1-team fight here. The duplicate gets high value, and Hayabusa they don't really use too much here, just the nano. It's not successful, but they at least have those ults for this next push. But the news just, again, it doesn't get better because they have the same problem they had last time. And the captive Sun could just keep them at bay. Nozzle can actually just whole hog them off the cart to secure the defense as well if he can hold it that long.
And Jin would, I think, very likely will use that Transcendence. Okay, Hayabusa rotating inside the room from the side, knowing that there could be a lot of tools. And we're talking 15 seconds. No nano, as that was previously used. Finally come out. Take that payload tree. Locking that payload. Here's the Captive Sun on the back line. Nozzle being grenaded. A lot of tools used from Namekuji already.
Yep, except the whole hog. See if he can get anything with it here, as Billy is just not landing the shots.
Not yet. Langley. There's Duplicate, Terra Surge, and also the Transcendence. Into Lari copy. Langley trying to contest. Trying to get Bumpy down.
He wants the Captive Sun. He's got it.
Although eventually caught the game. Oh, caught the kill. And the whole hog from Nozzle. Was it too late? Transcendence out, and Terra Surge on the payload to get the second point, 1.3 meters out.
Oh, Nozzle lives, and he's asleep, and he's back alive.
Hanzo
killed. How did he live? How did Nozzle live? The hog who lived.
That was so close to the second point.
And Basa sacrifices himself. He pulls Nozzle to safety. Nozzle lives with like less than 1 HP. He's at like 0.7 HP. And then he gets healed up. He takes a breather, as Nozzle is known to do. He does do it quite frequently. And this was just an incredible hold here. So many clutch plays from Menhera as well, who ended up getting Captive Sun value. The healing with the pylons just makes this Roadhog so easy to play around. Because if you have, I mean, the only thing that would be better is a Coalescence basically healing, or not a Coalescence, a Moira healing you non-stop, but she obviously has limits to how much she can heal. So arguably, this is like the most healing output a Roadhog could get on a point like this, with the pylons and Boss's healing and then Tree of Life that he can offer, and also the safety.
Yes.
So Nozzle just gets to do whatever he wants.
Also, Ilari's heal is kind of burst.
Exactly.
And you also have the pylon on the side. And in the meantime, if you don't have the heals, you're also doing damage. We keep on forgetting how much damage Ilari can actually do.
And I mean, Villia is losing the 1v1 to Menhera, actually, a lot of the time as well, so that's not a good sign.
Which is somehow worrisome for Hayabusa.
It's not a good sign, but it's not over till it's over. Defense here for Hayabusa may just collapse if Bellaboo dies to a hook if he is burst down, and they have the right tools to do it. I mean, the Hanzo obviously can just Storm arrow him to death if he does get hooked in, so Bellaboo is going to have to play this so carefully. And I don't think the low ground is where Villia needs to be. Okay, he's on this crate now, trying to find an angle.
Yeah, no big change. There's the Ash from Langley. That'll be the only thing that we can really find. And Bellaboo still playing Sigma. Both teams, both tanks really not feeling the Malga.
They're my heroes. No Malga gameplay in this one.
Nozzle back. Ooh, Jin gets sniped on the back. That's not a good sign. Namekuji, pretty good grenade from Alexander, but that will buy them a couple more seconds. As we do have this 1v1, Storm Arrow versus Villia's Sojourn. Heals come through. Bambi gets another snipe onto the back line now. No Ana, no Langley.
That's the cap. There will be delaying here as much as they can, but that's, I mean, they're really just trying to make sure they don't get staggered. They will, as Bambi looks to see if he can find any stray pickoffs here. Oh, bye-bye, Jin.
Yes, no Lucio whatsoever from both sides. It means that they can't really have the speed boost.
Yeah.
The rotation is going to be very slow, easily read from the opponent.
And now, this is how you play this, just for those who want to play solo queue. When you win the fight, you leave one person on the point, and then you actually push up so that you can get out of the choke point so that you can't get Namekuji. Because last round, obviously, when Namekuji won that fight, then they just controlled the choke and high ground forever. Hayabusa will not have that same control. As, okay, Bellaboo said he's had enough. It's double hog time!
Double hog time!
And it's not going well for Bellaboo.
He'll back up, though. Anna's going to have an easier time. Hog, Malga, easy heals. As Villia strikes back this time, Bambi gone from the air, no duplicate. This Hanzo is looking for the poke. Here's Belleville versus Nozzle. Gotta watch out for that trap.
Langley here trying to find anyone peeking. Dynamite pretty strong. Oh, that one's not going to connect though.
Goes wide a little bit.
Yeah.
That will be a ball. No strike on that. CC2 finds another kill onto Jin. These strikes has been massive. Nozzle wins the trade. And Langley Villia, they do have 2 ultimates to go through. Captive Sun, Dragon Strike out just to push.
Okay, that's Villia down.
But the payload is getting closer.
I mean, they're just not able to
Only
contest.
20 meters out.
They're not even able to get
It's
out of
coming
spawn.
close.
Hog is going to deny them here. Whole Hog is ready.
And the pull from the Basa Basa. And the trees there. Can anyone contest? No, that is it.
That was
GG.
so free as well. Like they end up getting one pick and then they push them in. They have Tree of Life. They have Whole Hog. There's no way to get onto the point.
And
they didn't even swap. They didn't even swap heroes to try to rush back to it. That was.
And the thing is, Bellevue, it's because you're supposed to be the one touching. You shouldn't be pulling in. You should be pulled in, and then maybe get closer to the payload. That actually delayed him from touching.
Yeah, well, I mean, if
man.
he was going to die no matter what there. He wanted to go back to his team. Somebody else should have been swapping over the Tracer or Doom. Or, well, he couldn't be swapping to Doom, obviously, because he was being hooked there. But, I mean, that was some Overwatch that we watched there, G-Clef. Nozzle and CC2 fighting for POG Minhera as well.
Yeah, Minhera too.
I don't know who's going to get PODM. Like, who's actually going to win this? Because I want to vote for Nozzle, but it's not yet clear. I guess we'll have to watch another map to really figure out who's going to get it.
Yeah, there were some moments where CC2 still had lots of strikes, catching Zenyatta, catching the Ana, and also against winning the duel against Villia oftentimes. And Nozzle always doing Nozzle things, so I think he doesn't really count out from the votes. But that is 2-0 win for now for Namekuji brothers. We thought it was going to be a longer series. We'll see if Hayabusa can come back, and we will have a short break now.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
And welcome back everyone to the final match of day number 1 of week 4 of Japan final weekend. As we wrap things up for the night, we are funding things with 2-0 and been loving it. Nozzles, Roadhog, Bella Boot just cannot match it yet.
So we had a one-sided series to start things off. Then we had a very high-octane, insanely high-level, super skilled, dope Japan versus Japan first loss for 6 Below hype series. And to close it out, it's nozzle time, and we're nozzling. And it's just devolved to silliness. Bellabu's trying to match the hog. It's not working. They are trying to do... I mean, they're just trying to play the game, and Nozzle's saying no, G-Cliff. Nozzle said no. CC2 said no. I did see some comments of people asking if Jisoo left the team. I don't think so. He might not have been on the graphic, but he's still listed as an official player for today's roster, so I don't think that happened. So don't worry, Jisoo fan out there. I think he's still part of the team.
Yes. Didn't really see in the opening roster, but maybe he's just missing for the day.
I think Manhara's just in to play Ilari, and he's doing a great job of it.
Yeah, he certainly is. As we go into the next map, it'll be Colosseo.
Colosseo is
another big open map for Nozzle.
Well, the first point, as we've seen from Namekuji brothers on this map before, is pretty hard to actually pull off Roadhog because you're dealing with all the walls. If the enemy team just kind of lurks in there and fires from afar, it's really hard for Roadhog to get stuff done. It's once you push out, like you're saying, to the more open parts where it actually becomes a problem. Hayabusa chose this map. Maybe they were thinking ahead, like, oh, we win those first few fights, we get control. We'll see. Maybe they match the Roadhog. Maybe they play Mauga. But, you know, probably not.
Don't know. Mauga's, I guess, hard to master, but it's actually easy to get along and get a feel for it. And you can actually have a pretty easy escape with that overrun, if that's not a cooldown, of course.
It's on a decent cooldown. It all comes down to this. Namekuji brothers might be winning their second series of the season. This, like you said, would solidify them in 7th place, very likely, if they're able to pull it off. So, big match for the bros, and they're running the trademark Namekuji brothers comp.
And here we go. 2-0 lead for Namekuji brothers. Hayabusa has a long way to come back if they want all the way to escort to win the series. I have a feeling that Namekuji might be able to close this one out with a 3-0. Let's get into push and see what happens.
Ah, yes. A cloudy day in Colosseo. Very dark chariot sits upon this glorious building.
Is that a train? Oh, warp.
It's something. I think it might be a train. No, I think it is. No, I think it's a ship.
It's a ship that warps.
Well, that's a tricycle. About as
a nozzle?
Easy to drive as a. Wait.
No way.
He's not. Nah, he's fine. Don't
no,
worry.
Reinhardt. I was excited for a split second. Bellabu on the wrecking ball.
Wrecking ball.
We've seen Bellabu's ball.
Okay, Bellabu, his best hero is the wrecking ball.
By far.
He's their Korean import. I wouldn't call him a one trick, but this is by far his most comfortable hero.
Yeah.
So
just
let's
look
see
at the
what he can
movement.
do.
Look how fluent that is. And it just goes back, not hitting any walls. And that's Nozzle starting off with a kill onto hook into Filia and Bumpy to follow Alexander dead.
He just gets beamed down with the execute after this right click comes out from Nozzle. Nozzle kills with the hook, damages enough to get the execute damage done for Bambi. He just goes and takes him down, and now Hayabusa on the back foot here. Yeah.
Mercy. Let's see. Hooked.
He's like, this should allow me to get away.
Escapes.
This should be enough for me to get away from the hog, right? Right?
Bumpy might have overstepped a little bit too much. Following.
Yeah.
And try to chase down that ball. Here's Langley with the chaser though. Showing better signs. With Mercy healing up. There's the output, hook misses. And finally a team wipe.
Okay, Nozzle down. He will respawn, but it's going to take him a little while to get back. Can be life gripped to get back faster. as CC2 is really the only one who can contest this point right now with a little bit of poke damage and looking for a potential pick. Not going to find anything just yet, but Namekuji brothers are now going to get back onto this high ground. Should be able to contest the cart here.
Has a scan with the Sonic. And now Nazo coming down. Hook onto the ball. We'll be able to force the rotation a little bit. Mercy getting 3 heals. Langley goes down. And Overclock wasn't able to find the right target. There's the Dragon Strike. 2 kills?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where Villia was trying to go there, but it did not end up working out for him as he is caught between an angry Hanzo and a Dragon Strike. A rare miss.
That was a good read, prediction. With the hook. Basa Basa ready with the flower. Or the tree.
And the flower. But most of the tree.
Pile driver onto Nozzle. The Villia falls before that. And here's the whole hog. Pushing everyone off.
Okay,
the
Tree of
sights.
Life's out.
Oh, the minefield on the robot.
Yeah, but can they get much with it is the question, as the Tree of Life is still up. And
Pretty crowded with the tree and the minefield and everything.
yeah. Bellaboo is going to win this one, and that should be Hayabusa getting back control of the robot and then pushing it to that checkpoint. See if they can actually make it all the way there. They have a decent amount of distance they have to cover. Bambi going to be back late, but should be able to copy the Wrecking Ball. He may opt to copy Langley and just increase the damage output to focus down Bellaboo. I'm curious to see which one he's going to choose. As Bellaboo does not have that minefield anymore. He's be careful about any rash engages into this Roadhog comp.
Bellaboo certainly not pushing the front line as he's just rolling around. Villia is certainly awake in this game. Gets his Bambi, no copy. We'll have Overclock with the power-up. Does not land a second, but the third one is good to go. And also in trouble.
Yeah, he buys a decent amount of time, but they will continue to push this card through. Looking for that checkpoint now. I'm very close to it. Just about 20-30 meters to go here as high ground is going to be contested by Namekuji as they do get back in here. CC2 actually swapping the Sombra. That's not my CC2.
That's not Hanzo.
That's not Hanzo. I mean, Hera's been
Strike.
playing Batiste this whole time, so they have kind of broken the comp, but that's okay.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Hacking
Nozzle.
onto the ball would be one of the best choices, as they have been letting that ball go into safety.
Yeah, if you hack him, Nozzle can follow up, and there you go.
Yeah. There it is. Basa Basa lost in the middle, but Nozzle strikes back. No Kiriko.
Yeah, very strange
Yes.
there.
Yeah,
Last
weird
minute contest.
rotation.
They don't get the checkpoint. Oh, Bambi's popping off.
Copy the Sojourn. Take that. I have an extra life.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guarantee that you get the kill no matter what. And it is, not the most ult efficient, but it is going to guarantee you this pushback where you're going to get high ground control again. And they were 3 meters away from actually taking the lead, but they weren't able to do it. This is the worst feeling ever on push. If you're Hayabusa,
Yeah, could not get the touch onto the first checkpoint. Yeah, nice pull away there. The safety, though, doesn't land. There's a Kiriko rush. And almost a kill onto Villia, but Mercy keeping him safe. There's a whole hog. Everyone against the wall. And off the map. And cleaning up the minefield also pretty good.
that's checkpoint here. Finally for Namekuji. They were stopped last time around, but they do get it this time. Looks like Langley was able to survive the whole hog by recalling, but then is taken out here anyways by Bambi now that he doesn't have it. So Tracer should be able to get back to the fight very quickly. Let's see what Overclock can get value here for Villia, as he's going to pop it. And Immortality Field also out already.
But way too much pressure from outside. Namekuji brothers doing a great job pressuring him, and pile drivers on top of the pedal. And a hook onto Tracer. Nice one from Nozzle here. As Bellaboo, who gets CC2 and manages to escape at least.
Oh,
Langley
into the
brought
trap.
back immediately dead again. Easy target to hook.
Bellaboo, you gotta get out of there. Nozzle very close to taking him out. This Hog is getting annoyed by good old Hammond.
Great push. The field comes out. Still way too many members. Nozzle again will be the last to fall, but doesn't go solo. Brings Jin down in the middle.
Okay, Langley here, also with his squad now.
And where's that Sombra?
Well,
okay, here he is.
Yeah, he is going to look to drop down with an EMP when they do go for the contest here of the high ground. Get to sweep around the back. Needs to stay hidden. Vilya checking for him.
Looking for that EMP. It's Vilya and Alexander. No Sojourn for Hayabusa.
Actually not checking for him. In fact, just firing at the other team, and CC2 will get it done.
And Nozzle has a whole hog out. Okay. Damn.
Every moment they can buy while they push this cart is just another moment Hayabusa have to regroup. They're running out of time, which means basically they only have 1 or 2 team fights left they can lose. As it's going to be a copy here now onto Vilya.
But Langley is off of the team. That's an early copy from Bambi to keep the robot pushing. There's some pressure. Look at Bellum going instantly low. That's a meltdown. Okay, Langley was able to find a kill on the Sombra. There's a tree. But the Pulseman finds Basa on the back. And Vilya with the overclock. The last second hit. But still the hook is good again from Nozzle. And we keep on fighting around the robot somehow.
Yeah, and they ended up taking out Alexander as well. And Namekuji brothers is just winning these longer fights because even if they technically lose, it doesn't matter because they bought so much time. They're just keeping Namekuji brothers, or rather keeping Hayabusa Gaming, tied up here. So Namekuji brothers, because there's only 80 seconds left in this map, and if you end up losing the next fight, Basa, okay, that's huge. But if you end up losing the next fight as Namekuji, as we are gonna have a pause.
Yeah, that looked kind of weird.
Yeah, something that looked a little bit strange. So might have been a DC. If Namekuji brothers lose the next fight, Hayabusa should be able to get a minefield and then press the issue past checkpoint and look for something there. But if they win the next fight, then you're just basically you're in no man's land. Like you have no tools. And any fight loss after that during your overtime push loses you the series.
Yeah, it was less than 80 seconds and not that much time. And I believe it was about plus 40 meters from the robot, and which means Hayabusa right now they need one miracle push, about 3 team fight win in a row, then they will get about 40 meters if they can really get everyone around the robot to push faster. But without that, did they even get the checkpoint? No, right?
No, they did not.
Just a few meters off of that
they
first
were
checkpoint.
Like, I don't know, 5 meters or something off. So they don't have the checkpoint. We do have a pause. We'll let you guys know as soon as we are updated, which we have not been yet, on what the issue is. Oh, as I say it.
Oh, as we...
Resolved.
Yeah, the issue has been resolved as the pause will disappear, and I believe we are going straight back into the game as soon as possible.
Looks like Basa was lagging.
Oh, okay.
And so looks like his ping has been fixed, but we will verify before we go back into the game. That would explain what happened to him there in that moment, why he was picked off.
There was no real issue of having the life he were on by himself next to the robot, nowhere near the team. So unpaused, it seems like the issue has been resolved. Let's hope that doesn't come back here. As Namekuji still leading big time, but less than a minute to go for Hayabusa. Kiriko Rush will be a great start if they want to die.
Remember too, if Nozzle gets his whole hog, he can just ult them off of the robot, win the map.
Almost a kill onto Bambi, on Cassidy now. That field is gone from Menhera. Langley doing his best. Vilya finds one with the overclock. That's a starter. But Namekuji, they have so much more time. 30 seconds.
Okay, this is a huge win. This is the kind of fight that you need to win repeatedly as Hayabusa. Like you said, 3 times. This is step 1. Gonna grab this first point.
Yeah, overclock, Kiriko Rush.
And
not too bad.
Now, yeah, like you say, very efficient, and CC2 could shut this all down with one EMP if he gets a good angle. So the question is, will they find him?
Yep. Overtime, there's the EP onto Mercy first. Bambi back on Tracer. There's a whole hog against all the mines. Just doing cleanup around the robot, and that might just be it. We're talking overtime. Hayabusa doesn't really have any other members left other than Bellaboo, who is not near the robot, and that's going to be securing the 3-0 win for Namekuji brothers.
Namekuji brothers get it done. Second win of the season. We'll push them up now to 2-5. The -9 game score because they 3-0'd. They have 2 3-0 wins, one against Nyam, and now Hayabusa. Hayabusa still only taken the one game off of Nyam, the one win off of Nyam-Gaming. Didn't even do that with a 3-0. So this solidly pushes Namekuji brothers ahead of them in the standings. The question is, who's going to get player of the match? Because
That's a good question.
CC2, Nozzle, they're my front runners.
And Menhera also had a lot of great moments. Bambi, yep. Great echo in the air.
Yeah,
some
great
fine moments.
He did a really
Back and
good.
forth.
He did a good job of following up for the hooks. Like if, for example, we did see Nozzle get a hook and then he chases down and kills that target as they're trying to escape. He had some good follow-up. I'll give you that.
But really have to give it for the hooks. I mean, there were some really good picks.
There is one
Nozzle.
hero that stands out, one tank that no one else
One
is playing
pick.
right now, except one man. I wonder if he got it. I wonder if he'll be the one.
I wonder.
The hero?
There's only one tank from Nozzle, not Nozzle, Namekuji. His name has so much impact in my brain that it is just Nozzle for the entire team. We'll see who that player is going to be. And well, while we're talking about POTM, let's find out who that is. And it's going to be the man himself.
Nozzle!
It's Nozzle time!
Actually, Nozzle time is over.
Yeah, it's over.
He won too fast. It was too easy for him. 3-0.
Even
Nozzle time was
Bellaboo's
over.
ball was not enough.
No. Look at these hooks.
Look at that!
On Li Zhang.
Bam! And we'll see a repeat of that. It's not the same screen. It's not the replay of the replay.
Bellaboo is going to have nightmares about this Roadhog tonight. He is actually never going to forget it.
We might go back and practice Hog.
Nozzle is
Or
real.
Manga.
Nozzle is real, and he can hurt
air.
you. Yeah.
What a hook.
He is real, and he can't hurt, and he can hurt you, and he will hurt you, and he will hook you. As yeah, he's pulling people onto traps. He's catching wrecking balls. He doesn't care about what he's hooking, who he's hooking. He will just hook it, and then he'll kill it. That's what he does. That's the Nozzle promise.
And the whole Hog to finish, and the push. Look, the buff is actually working, and now we find out the whole Hog is one of the best ultimates against the minefield. It's a cleanup.
Nozzle is now no longer a 1 POTM player. He's up there with the likes of KSG and Kyuki from Varel.
Oh my
Hofak
God.
the GOAT. That's right, Nozzle. He's up there, man. He's a legend. He's no longer down there with Villia and Dukes. He's a 2 POTM player.
Man, he's got that double star right next to him. Let's see how far he can climb, as their next opponent will be Insomnia, though. We'll see how that goes. But today's result, 0-3. Rise Project does bring that. Insomnia 6 below. Closer one. Insomnia might be grabbing that second place after that win. We'll see how it comes down on the final day. And Hayabusa, some high hopes, but Namekuji brothers bringing it home with a 3-0 win. And what a day it has been for Japan.
Daisy.
Even after the patch, a lot of different stuff.
Yeah, no, for sure. Daisy, Leonoptrix, they were my big standout players across all 6 teams that we saw today. Insomnia looking so good. And this will, of course, push them up to 3rd place. They do have that additional win or additional game. Pandia hasn't played their 5th or the opportunity, their 7th game to get the 5th win yet. But even if they 3-0 their next series, they won't be able to catch up to Insomnia in maps. So that will kind of leave Insomnia solidly in 3rd place, at least for the time being, until some more games are played. And, you know, it's a pretty good day of Overwatch that we had. And then this is the big Japan day. 6blow versus Varel finally heading off. And then a Rise Project against Ravati. That's also sick.
Rabati needs the win to get into top 4. They really need a 3-0. Depending on, because Pandia certainly very likely will grab the win against Nyam-Gaming, who's at the bottom. Man, this is going to be a very interesting day, especially starting with a big bang right there.
Yeah, Pandia versus Nyam might end up being one-sided, but for Pandia, you need it to be. You need to take that 3-0. Like I said, it won't put you into third, but it'll put you within one game of that. And you got to match the pace of everyone else who's 3-0ing Nyam-Gaming. If you're not able to do that, then you might find yourself falling behind in the middle of the pack.
Oh man, Japan is just full of entertainment and surprises, and they don't really follow the meta, especially the middle bottom pack of the standings. And we learned from Namekuji that sometimes you don't really need to follow everyone else. You still can come up with a win if you do have the comp and with the practice.
So what you're saying is Nozzle is saying to be yourself, trust in yourself.
But would he be a better player with Mauga? That's my real question.
I think just trust him, G-Club. Trust
It's
in
about
yourself.
the same size, Mauga and Hog. He doesn't have the hook anymore, though. That's a real question. That's
He doesn't
another
have
question.
his identity anymore if he picks that. Come on. Don't you get it? You don't understand Namekuji Brothers, G-Club. Come on. They play one specific comp. It's called the Namekuji Brothers comp.
Okay,
With
that's
slight
now in the
variations.
Wikipedia. It's definition.
It should be, to be honest. I can't believe that's not a Wikipedia entry. You guys better get on that. Get on that.
That's going to do it for us. Wolf here. G-Clef signing out for the first day of week number 4. Still got 2 more days to wrap things up for the regular season, for the round robin here. Some exciting matches still left to be played, but that's going to do it. Thank you for watching. We'll see you all in Overwatch.